Very good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Reuters Next. We are thrilled to be here in New York and have you join us. That goes out to everyone in this room and those coming in from other sessions in just a moment, but also the many watching our live feed. My name is Axel Threlfall. I'm editor-at-large with Reuters. I'll be guiding us through today's program. We had a really healthy mix, I think, yesterday of policy and business on this stage and the others. It was a full day. It was topped off by 2 lively and fascinating conversations with OpenAI and with Alphabet. We aim to match that vigor today here on the world stage and on our banking and finance and AI stages as well. I hope that those of you who joined the Reuters Econ World and Women in Leadership breakfasts found those informative and fruitful. I know those things are just closing up now, so again, we are waiting for a few people from those sessions. Let me run you through the inevitable housekeeping, a few bits I need to mention. In case of evacuation, the alarm will sound. Head to the nearest exit. No smoking anywhere. If you lose your badge, head to the registration desk. Lunch will be just outside here. We've introduced live captioning to our events to increase accessibility for all participants. You can find all of that on the app. If you want to ask our panelists questions, you can do that through Slido on the app as well. A reminder, the sessions today are a mixture of panels and one-on-ones. You're going to hear us mention throughout the day that most of them will be helmed by the Reuters newsroom. A few will be moderated by our commercial colleagues at Reuters Events. And those sessions run by Reuters and the newsroom come under our trust principles. So no questions agreed in advance. Nothing is off the table. That is very important to us. Right, we start today again on the policy side. We heard yesterday morning from Latvia's foreign minister who made it very clear that she does not expect Russia to invade NATO. Let's hear now from Lithuania's designate Minister of Defense, who joins us virtually and is in conversation with Simon Robinson, an executive editor at Reuters. Come on up, Simon.
Good morning. So we're joined, as Axel said, by the incoming defense minister from Lithuania, Dovilė Šakalienė. Thank you, Minister, for joining us at this really busy time.
Thank you.
I want to ask, so you're coming into this job as defense minister of a country right on the border of Russia, and in the United States there's also a new administration which will be coming in January. I'd like to begin by asking you about the President Trump's nominee for Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth. Do you know him?
So, pleasure to meet you too, although virtually it's a pity because I'm being sworn in tomorrow, so that trip would have been a bit of a challenge, but nevertheless, it's a pleasure to talk here. Well, talking about administration of President Donald Trump, there have been a lot of interpretations and speculations and guesses, but I suppose that we will find out how it will work when we start working together. And I do not know the new Defense Secretary personally, but I certainly do hope to have a chance to meet and talk. I really liked some of his thoughts and ideas, which may seem very tough and maybe a bit categorical, but I think we have already grown out of this world of illusions where we believe that authoritarian world is playing by the rules of democratic world, because we are not, and we are not planning to. So his statement on unapologetic Americanism and maybe something along the lines of stomping over the heads of our enemies is something that we need, because indecisiveness Western world has gotten us to the point where we, the whole alliance of NATO, are trying to muster 1 million rounds of ammunition for Ukraine, whilst being rich and stable region, we should not be even raising an issue of such small numbers.
So you don't know him. Have you seen him on Fox TV?
A bit.
And what are your thoughts?
As I said, I think he is a strong and dominant personality, and I believe that some ideas of his may be of use at this very difficult time where we cannot show weakness. We must generate strength.
So President-elect Trump has said that he will end the war in Ukraine in a day. How do you rate his chances on that?
That's a bold statement. I think we all agree on that. But nevertheless, some decisions will need to be made. This is a very difficult situation. My only worry and concern is that if we have an illusion that freezing the war in Ukraine, because believe me, it's not going to be the end of the war, it's just a temporary stop. So if we believe that freezing the war will resolve this problem, it won't. It will allow Russians, firstly, to prepare for the third wave of annihilation of Ukraine, and secondly, for their next steps in imperial expansion, because they have transformed their economy from peacetime economy to military economy for a reason. And Ukraine is not reason enough for such huge changes, even when we look at their defense spending, as they call it, or maybe we should call it aggression spending. It's huge, both in absolute numbers and both in percentage of the budget. None of the democratic states can afford this.
So you're saying that the changes in Russia's economy is evidence that they actually have ambitions beyond Ukraine?
Absolutely, and combined with a narrative which is very loud and clear that we really intend to ignore integrity and independence of the states around their borders, and that Russia doesn't end anywhere, or Russia never ends, right? As Mr. Putin said when asked by a child. So I think that gives a very clear perspective. Also, let's add to that the hybrid warfare, really thickening fog of grey area where it's really sometimes unclear, are we already in the war or not yet, when the acts of sabotage, diversion, are plaguing the Europe from Baltic Sea, from Baltic states to center of Europe, to Nordic states, and etc. I have quite a long list of what happened in the past couple of years, and it's impressive.
So the organization, in a sense, that stands to block Russia's ambition is NATO. Ukraine has asked NATO to be able to join repeatedly over the last couple of years. The Latvian foreign minister yesterday told this room, this conference, that some NATO members want to wait until the new administration is in power in Washington. I want to ask you the same question I asked her. Why wait?
Yeah, that's a good question. I prefer we didn't wait, but also we live in a real world and not that of a fairy tale. So therefore, we must understand that the largest countries in NATO have very complex interests, national interests and international interests. And I think one of the big mistakes of the smaller states was to believe that every and each of one of us is the center of attention of the United States or the alliance itself. I'm very realistic in understanding that Europe is not even in the top 3 of priorities of the United States. Priority number 1 is the United States, and then it's Taiwan, and then it's Israel, and then Europe. So realistically looking, we really have to combine those interests, and that means, first of all, that Europe has to pull its weight in defense funding. It's unfair that contributions of the United States are still so disproportionately large, so any pressure, for example, regarding Ukraine, should be actually matched by our own investment in our own security and security of Europe. And secondly, when we look at the situation, also we need pragmatic arguments, because for the United States, Europe is necessary in the intensifying confrontation with China. the war over Taiwan is coming. I think it's clear to all of us. And if territorial integrity of Europe is compromised, if we are hurt by Russia, then our financial stability, our economies will plummet, and that will damage the United States. So we are in the same boat, and I don't think we are talking enough about that.
I want to come back to China for sure, but let's stick with Russia for a second. Are you worried about President-elect Trump's relationship with President Putin?
Well, there is one side of politics which is related to personalities. And yes, we have all heard that Donald Trump really admires strong, dominant politicians, men that have exercised power very openly. And that's not only Mr. Putin, but some others as well. But at the same time, politics is also about bureaucratic apparatus. It's about advisors. It's about the deep state. People that survive a lot of presidents and a lot of ministers, and they still carry on the way of day-to-day planning, and probably, well, are more interested in survival of this world than we, who are elected for a term, and then sometimes we go, sometimes we return. So seriously speaking, what we see in this case is that guessing about what is going to happen based on, well, past behavior is, I think, like writing on the water. It's not going to hold. I think that Mr. Trump really likes to win. This is very natural, and this is good. What he said also is that he's going to invest in defense spending of the United States, and that he's going to raise the level of energy production, which is, both of them, bad for Russia. So I don't think we should worry too much only about personal sympathies. I think Mr. Trump is in a position too important to overlook the stability of the world, which still in large part depends on the United States.
I want to ask about something very specific to Lithuania or to your region. In recent weeks, we've seen a number of undersea cables for telecommunications have been cut. Can you tell us anything about what's going on? Is it sabotage? Is it Russia? What's happening?
So when we look at the pattern of these interesting events, when Chinese vessels, who are actually unusual to our region, start sailing in Baltic waters, and then accidentally, one after another, cut, well, actually already 5 underwater telecommunication cables or gas pipelines. In about a year, it's 5. That's a large number. So now the investigation is ongoing. Our colleagues that are working on that from the Nordic side, they do have quite an interesting information. Of course, investigation is not over, but in this case, I think that we are going to have some official conclusions. I think what is rather more important is not to get caught in the details of one single act, because one will look at the trend of actually already dozens of the acts of damage to infrastructure, of arsons, attempts at mutilation or assassination, of attempts to destroy property, and etc. As I said, going through very different countries in Europe. In my opinion, that is Russia trying to thicken the fog of us guessing and maybe being afraid to make bold statements and really strong decisions related to our defense, as we hope that we will be unsure, because according to, well, of course, the rules of democracy, you have to be absolutely sure who the perpetrator is to, well, to ensure retribution. But in this case, these are not anymore the rules of peacetime. We are entering quite a different era.
What you're describing, in a sense, while NATO may not be at war with Russia, you are describing kind of a low-level conflict already.
Absolutely. Our intelligence agencies all over Baltics and also in the Nordic countries, and I would say even in the wider formats, because when we had meetings of NB8 plus Poland and Germany, for example, in the formats of the National Security and Defense Committees, they all underline that we are currently in very intense stage of hybrid warfare, which is yet intensifying. And taking a look at the idea that, first of all, Russia wants us to be confused who the perpetrator is in incidents like sabotage acts or diversions, but at the same time, they want us to disperse our resources and distribute our attention. We all understand that a modern man of the Western world has attention span of about 10 seconds and the ability to read 2 sentences in social media. I'm sorry, but that means that we also have to really work hard with our society so that we don't get lost, that we don't really lose the sight of what is actually essential at the moment and what the cost may be.
So let's turn from the very large country right on your border to another large country you mentioned earlier, China. Your country, Lithuania, has had a strained relationship with Beijing for the last few years. And in fact, you were among a group of EU politicians and public figures that a few years ago were blacklisted by China, which essentially I think means you can't travel to China. You're kind of on a banned list because of your statements over human rights abuses in the Xinjiang region. Are you still on that blacklist as far as you know?
I think it's forever, and actually how it works, it's very interesting that country which complained that it was not nice, basically saying to talk about Uyghur genocide. That was a resolution that I sponsored, and that finally earned me a position in this honor list of blacklisted politicians. They sanctioned not only me, but my whole family, so that we can never enter China, and any subject in China is prohibited of having any business with me or my family. That sounds exceptionally democratic.
Another issue between Lithuania and Beijing has been that several years ago, Lithuania allowed Taiwan to open a representative office in Lithuania, which China objected to. What is the main, the main goal here of Lithuania in doing something like that?
So first of all, we all understand that Indo-Pacific is a really important region, and Lithuania has always been a transatlantic advocate within the European Union. Relations with the United States was, is, and will be always of an utmost importance to us. We see that really the focus of attention of the United States is very heavily towards Indo-Pacific, and democratic countries there, democratic peoples there, is something that is really important to us. So working with Taiwan, whilst not violating any international or bilateral agreements, because this is representative office of Taiwanese people in Lithuania, so this doesn't violate anything. But the coercion that we experienced shows again that no, China is not a democratic country. China is really empire like Russia. And when we see now that Russia and China and Iran and North Korea have formed this quartet of chaos, very efficiently working together, supporting each other more and more politically, financially, militarily, then we are in probably for a very tough ride. And so we think that democratic countries, democratic regions have to hold together, because only that is our way to survive this, as I said, spreading forest fire.
You said earlier with some level of certainty that China will invade Taiwan. You think that will happen?
Well, United States Congress in the end of last year has published a report, congressional report on strategic position of the United States, which was prepared by both Republicans and Democrats. And it said quite clearly in that report, which I agree with because I've been saying that also for years now, that in the period of 2027-2035, the United States and its allies and partners will have to deter and defeat both Russia and China simultaneously. So China's main interest is swallowing the island of Taiwan.
Let me finish, please, with a question that I asked the Foreign Minister of Latvia yesterday. Are you more or less worried that Russia will invade Lithuania than you were 2 years ago?
I would say I'm worried more than I was 10 years ago, but for the last 3 or
I mean, all this talk about greater spending on defense is probably music to the ears of the incoming administration here, right, in the US.
They are right. They were very justified saying that if Europe really wants United States support, we must bear our own weight. Lithuania, with this new government, will reach 3.5 GDP for defense in the first half year of 2025, and we will need to go higher, maybe even as high as 5%, because we need to have our national infantry division until 2030, and that means a very significant investment that will include borrowing, that will include new European Union financial instruments, and etc. We know what's at stake. We will do everything in our power. We don't want to feel shame when we will be talking with the United States that we did not invest in our own security ourselves.
Dovile Shakalien, thank you so much for joining us today, and good luck tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Simon, and thank you to the Minister Designate. We switch tack now. Climate resilience, sustainability are topics we saved for today, and we've got a string of them now. This next session is on building climate resilience, the important steps that businesses need to take to secure resilience in periods of uncertainty and indeed innovation. The panel is held in partnership with FM. The moderator is Caitlin McLean from the Milken Institute. Caitlin, come on up and I'll let you introduce your panelists.
Morning. Everybody is raring to go to talk about climate. We're very excited. This is going to be upbeat. It's not going to be pessimistic. I'm a New Yorker, but I swear to you I'm going to be as optimistic as I possibly can be right now. But thankfully we have great panelists representing fantastic companies doing amazing things in this space. You have their titles already, so I'm going to skip that in lieu of just getting into the conversation, because I think we all know that the climate is changing. We need to be more adaptive. We need to be more resilient, whether you call it climate or the environment or future-proofing, whatever your title, we all need to do it and do it faster and do it better. And these companies are doing just that. And so what we're going to talk about today is how they're doing that and how you all can hopefully partner with them or learn from them to bring that home to your companies. So let's just introduce ourselves here and talk a little bit about kind of where you are in your journey. We've seen companies for the past few years in particular make a lot of pledges, net zero pledges, which are important. That represents probably about 90% of global GDP at this point. It covers about 88% of our global emissions, saying that we're going to do this by either 2030 or 2050. 2030 is around the corner, so we need to get there soon. So Lou, why don't we start with you? Let's hear a little bit about what FM, where you are in your journey. As an insurance company, you're obviously on the front lines of a lot of this conversation, but also this activity. So talk a little bit about where you are in your journey.
No, absolutely. I mean, insurance is one of the things that people think about first when they think about a changing climate and being resilient. We're a research and engineering-based insurance company at FM, so we're working in three fronts right now. The first is making sure that we understand the hazards and how they're changing, the changing natural hazards, both now and in the future. The second is continuing to provide effective and reasonable engineering solutions to deal with those hazards, both in terms of loss prevention data sheets, in other words, what you do, and also if there's a product involved, having good testing standards through our FM approvals organization. All of those are available publicly, so any company can use that information. Any company can find a listed product to reduce their loss. And then third, what we're doing on our own operations to try and reduce our own footprint. And a lot of those things are focused around how can we reduce our emissions and be more efficient through our engineering process, even through the research that we do, all the way down to, our back office operations.
Right. And so you talked about some of the companies having various needs, and Sarah knows this very well as working for an organization that is probably considered one of the harder to kind of transition. So Sarah, talk a little bit about where JetBlue is, having started pretty early on this journey, where you are now.
Thank you. Excuse me. Oh, thank you, Caitlin. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here, for listening, and of course to Reuters for inviting all of us to share our perspectives today. Again, I am Sarah Bogdan. I lead the Environmental Sustainability Program for JetBlue, so hopefully you've heard of us, hopefully you've flown us. We are an airline and travel company actually headquartered down the road here in New York City. I'd like maybe to open the conversation around aviation sustainability by acknowledging the obvious. Obviously, airlines today have a pretty meaningful environmental impact, and that is a function of the technology available today, the aircraft that we fly on for commercial aviation, to go the distances that we need to put the number of customers on board, require liquid fuels, for which over 99% of them are fossil fuels. And that, of course, produces climate warming emissions. So I open with that, but we also hope we can sort of acknowledge at the same time that air travel provides such an important service to society, right? And we all think back, I can't believe it's almost 5 years ago, but in 2020, when we were all grounded both personally and professionally, and it was very challenging for all of us. So from allowing us to explore the world, to connect cultures, to ship goods, the millions of aviation-related jobs, there's a lot of good that comes with it. And so when we think at JetBlue, and obviously specifically within my office, how do we get to this future where air travel is growing, is widely available, is affordable and competitive, but we solve this significant emissions problem. So where are we? I know I'll try to keep this part really brief because I know we'll go into it in much more detail. But JetBlue, I started in the organization almost 11 years ago, which amazingly is almost half of JetBlue's history. We're turning 25 in February.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, happy birthday. I know, a couple months early, but it's a big milestone. For us, and we've always we were founded with this mission to do things differently, to do things better, put the customer first, and sustainability genuinely is a natural extension to that. So I will say we're small but mighty. We're about 5% of the US market, but we have goals that are more ambitious than most of our competitors, net zero by 2040. Obviously 10 years ahead of the broader Paris Agreement, a science-based target along the way, 10% sustainable aviation fuel by 2030. And so I'll wrap this piece up by saying, I actually, even if it's hard to see, I think both JetBlue and the aviation industry is a lot farther along than you might realize. Probably most of you in this room have already flown on SAF. I'll talk more about what that is, sustainable aviation fuel, and didn't realize it. And obviously aircraft today keep coming. They're amazing innovations that usually are about 20% more efficient per seat for each generation of aircraft. So we're on the path, but we also have a lot of work to do, and we're aware of that.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I think bringing up COVID, one of the other industries that we saw how much we rely on it coming out of the pandemic was kind of shipping and supply chains. So Charles, obviously, as president of Maersk, you know this well also in terms of how you kind of start to shift your fleet and kind of the supply chains more broadly, but that's a very it's very intricate kind of process that you have, just given how far your reach is. So talk a little bit about where you are now.
Yeah, I'll try at least. Thanks for having us, and thanks for spending some time with us. Where Sarah spoke about the air freight part of the industry, then of course our organization represents the other part of transportation, which is very much linked to the ocean industry. So our organization represents roughly 1 in 5 containers that are shipped globally, and our industry represents 11% of the carbon footprint in the world. If you then look at just the ocean component, it's 3%. So we believe we're part of the problem, if you will. We're very much part of the problem, but we also are very firm and passionate about the conclusion that we're also part of the solution. There's a lot that can be done, and there's a lot that in the meantime has been done by our organization, part of which was our original pledge in 2018 for us to be entirely zero in our footprint by the time it would be 2050. A lot of has happened in the meantime, and in 2021, based upon advances in technology, we'll talk a little bit about that later on, we were able to adjust that pledge, and we've now been very formal but also very firm in our adjusted pledge that we will be entirely sustainable, zero footprint by the time it's 2040. How on earth would we be able to achieve this, and how much progress have we been able to make? If you look at where we are now, coming from the original pledge, technology was a main challenge originally. It no longer is today. So within our fleet, we currently have 25 large vessels containing 17,000 containers that already today are able to sail without any footprint left behind. Entirely sustainable. We're on track to, by the time it's 2030, have 25% of our fleet to be entirely green, which would also mean that within the supply chain, we're able to move goods from wherever you might start them to where they are delivered in a truly sustainable manner without leaving any footprint behind. So there's a lot more to be done. 25% still leaves 75% to go. But the progress has been genuine, the progress has been real, and the progress is pacing at a much higher pace than we thought it originally would.
And so let's talk a little bit about understanding and kind of mapping the progress, because part of the challenge in the early days was really even understanding what your business risk was, right? Being able to assess the business risk in the immediate, kind of looking at the next few quarters, let alone the next few decades. And so why don't we start with you, Charles, and talk a little bit about how you've transitioned in terms of thinking about and kind of assessing your business risk, whether that's looking at, kind of the oceans and water issues. You've obviously done quite a bit of work there. Obviously, you've mentioned the fleets. For people who are saying, this is too daunting, this is too challenging, where do I even start? Talk about kind of what you've seen in terms of innovation of even just assessing that business risk.
I think the key part here is collaboration. And I realize that might sound like a little bit of a cliche, but the reality is that when we sit together with our customers and assess the risk that exists as a result of climate change, the acknowledgement that they are real, that they are here, and that they will be recurring every single year is a starting point for us to actually access the organizational community to determine what the next solutions would be. So if you look at 2024, no different from 2023, we've seen a dramatic shift in the number of events per year that are climate related. For example, I'll use now the Panama Canal because I think it's the most tangible for us within North America. We simply were not able to pass any goods, any ship, through the Panama Canal because there just simply hadn't been enough rain for the Panama Canal to be operating at its full capacity. As a result, the entire supply chain of our customers had to be redirected from the East Coast, all of us here, to enter the United States through the West Coast. The impact on business models, the impact on inventory levels, the impact on footprint was not only tangible, but was material. So for us to mitigate those risks and to plot them into the future, it's crucial to get with our customers, determine what their supply chains look like, determine what risks climate-related might occur in the future, and then navigate the supply chain, set them up in such an agile manner that you're able to navigate any disruption as it might come in relation to climate change.
Lou, are you also seeing that in terms of, kind of the clients that you work with understanding then, if we have a baseline of what the challenges are now, what we need to invest in, kind of in the future, talk a little bit about kind of how you're helping companies understand what their risk is and therefore what they need in terms of insurance.
Yeah, understanding the risk is really core to our business. We're having engineers, an FM engineer will go to every one of our clients' major sites, do a complete risk assessment, provide them risk reduction guidance, and then that's the way we underwrite rather than using actuarial techniques. So understanding the changes in those risks are extremely important, as well as understanding what they can do in the future. So there's really two big pieces that relate to this topic. The first is, as our clients are moving forward to meet their own sustainability objectives, they're taking on new risks. And those risks can have unintended consequences if there's a property loss associated with them. A great example of this is hail damage to photovoltaic solar panels. You invest in them, they improve your sustainability until they're damaged, they have to be replaced. That's a major impact to your sustainability approach. The second piece is understanding the future climate and being able to strategically plan for that climate. So what we have recently released, in 2023, we released a climate change impact report that's based on the best climate science around the world. We partner with the technical community all over the world. On a location-by-location basis, we can provide our clients with the 5 major perils, the percent increase given model variability and uncertainty for all of their major locations everywhere around the world for 2030 and 2050. So it helps them with short-term planning for 2030 and strategic planning for 2050.
Right.
So that's something we need to continue to build upon. The models are actionable. They're not precise. So what it allows a corporate risk manager, or really all of us, to do is think about, as a business, what do we prioritize? Where do we take those precious resources we have and invest them to most effectively deal with the business risk that we know we're all facing?
Right. And so I'm going to transition, still talk a little bit about the risk, but then how it impacts financial profitability and kind of financial incentives. So Sarah, talk a little bit about, you mentioned obviously what the airlines are doing, sustainable aviation fuel. There are challenges there in terms of integration, but also success. As you said, we've all potentially flown on planes that are using it. So you understand the risks, but there are new regulations coming. There are additional risks that are going to be in place operationally and from a policy perspective. Talk a little bit about that and how that then is a challenge in terms of that tension of kind of risk and profitability.
Brilliant. Maybe I'll start here. For those of you who don't work in sustainability or at a corporation on a daily basis, I love this question because I just want to remind us that we're talking about climate risk imposing financial risk to the business. And often in a sustainability program, usually it is the right thing to do, good for future generations, but that's never been the way that we frame it with our senior leaders or in a boardroom. And so an airline obviously has a range of climate-related financial risks. To name a couple, I'll do 3 very quickly.
We could go on and
I know.
on.
I'm thinking of my TCFD report and my ESG report. Okay. One, I think, being related to potential loss of customer demand. We know individuals are concerned about climate change. Will that change their flying behavior? Maybe we're seeing it a little bit less from the individual customer, but we are seeing it from our corporate customers. And they've already changed their flying and their travel behavior as a result of the pandemic. And so, but we also, our business partners have their own net zero target. And so that, as flying for many of them is a portion of their footprint, and so that puts risk to our business. The second piece, as you said, is environmental policies. We were speaking about this a little bit before this session. So here in the US, we are fortunate to have an incentive-based approach that essentially brings down the price of sustainable aviation fuel. There are both federal and a couple state-level programs that actually has been very successful. We have some of the most SAF globally and are pointed to by many nations, many other airlines around the globe as this is something that's working. But alternatively, starting in different regions in Europe, we have sort of more of the stick approach where there are SAF mandates starting in January of next year and then ramping up over time. And you can think of it now as just a new SAF fee, a new charge that airlines have to pay to the fuel producer to comply. So these are real risks that impose new costs to the business, for which this is why we've always been so proactive. And let's prove we're doing this and we're taking this work seriously and we get it. And then the other piece, you talked a bit about physical risks. I would love to touch on that. I think as an airline, we're unique in that, to my knowledge, we're the only industry operating at about 35,000 feet. And so obviously, I'm trying to think of a couple others, but obviously extremely sensitive to weather changes. I'm sure all of us have, unfortunately, spent some time at an airport, from winter storms or hurricanes. And so we have, it's fascinating where obviously we're seeing a higher frequency and intensity of extreme weather that is extremely costly to airlines. So a number of initiatives. I'm not sure I actually answered the question.
Well, no, I think that's, so those business risks, obviously then there is, as you said, a cost associated to them. In the case of the European regulations, there's an immediate cost, and then there are kind of long-term challenges.
That's right.
But we were talking earlier about kind of money in versus money out. I mean, the challenge is that we're putting, in theory, a lot of money in right now to kind of make ourselves more resilient and adaptive, but we're not necessarily seeing kind of all of that upside right away. And so talk a little bit about kind of that tension between kind of the spend that you have to make and the profitability issues?
Yes. Okay. So you may not know, but at JetBlue, unfortunately, we have still not returned to profitability since before the pandemic. So we're potentially entering our 6th year of not profitability in the organization, which is obviously a problem. And it is something that truly consumes our day-to-day. Everybody in the organization is in lockstep on this mission of returning the organization to profitability. So even though I said all these things around the strategic and financial benefit of sustainability, that obviously imposes a practical limit on how much, my own budget and how much we can invest. I can't invest $50 million in a SAF facility, for example. So I will say what's beneficial is we've structured our program in a way that is both delivering all these financial benefits, but is either cost savings or cost neutral. And the cost savings component is kind of obvious. Fuel savings, efficiency is the biggest lever we can pull today, both buying new aircraft, introducing them, and then flying as efficiently as possible, of course, reduces emissions and saves money. So that's check, check, check. Same with electrification of our ground vehicles. These are mostly supported by grants, and they also save real operating costs on the ground. And our crew members love them, good for the environment, very good. SAF is a little bit challenging. So sustainable aviation fuel, I realize I keep talking about it and not saying really what it is. So maybe now's the moment.
People are afraid that you're putting corn oil like canola in the plane. We're good? Or
not quite.
Yeah.
If we were in my office, I actually keep jet fuel in my office. Don't worry, it's perfectly safe. And I keep conventional jet fuel, which is actually just kind of looks like water for the most part. And then I keep sustainable aviation fuel. And my exercise basically is to show you the conventional and then to show you the sustainable. And the point is they look the same, and that is really the whole point here. SAF is ultimately made from renewable feedstocks versus fossil fuels. So today made from actually used cooking oil, tallow, like waste, animal fats, things truly that would be destined for a landfill. Though future iterations of SAF can be made from municipal solid waste to power to liquids to inedible corn products. Like we will get to the future versions of SAF. Importantly, so it's refined into jet fuel, so perfectly safe, drops into existing aircraft and infrastructure, but reduces emissions by about 80%. So it costs more. I'm talking too much. I get really excited when I start talking about SAF. Sorry. But I will say, so we have had to find as an industry creative means of funding it, because I spoke to our own financial challenges, but the industry itself also operates off very, very thin profit margins. So it's 2 to 3 times the price. So no airline can just convert their biggest cost, to all SAF. So I'll say that the opportunity for anybody, we have a new concept that's been a game changer within the airline industry, and that is partnering with our corporate travelers for the most part to help fund the supply of SAF, and in return, they get the Scope 3 environmental credits for their claiming.
So excellent segue to talk about credits and talk about incentives. You mentioned carrots versus sticks. So Lou, you all have a program. You were talking about how you kind of from the engineering side and the kind of data assessment side, how you help clients, kind of understand their risk. But then you also provide credits should they start making investments to become more resilient, right? So talk a little bit about that program and the success of the program, because it's gone to $1 billion, very high level at this point in terms of what you've been able to do and what that's netted in terms of savings. So talk a little bit about the Resilience Credit Program.
So as a mutual company, one of the ways that we redact the benefit of ownership in the company is through membership credits. In the last 3 years, we've had a climate resilience credit that we've offered to our clients, totaling about $1 billion. And through our engineering, we're able to track the progress that our clients have made to reduce their climate-related perils. And we've been able to identify $30 billion of reduced loss exposure throughout our client base from that $1 billion investment. So a corporate risk manager can take that credit and apply it to something that will reduce their climate-related exposure, and the payoff of 30 to 1 is pretty good. I think that's sellable to a CFO. So I think the big key here is to how to turn these risks into opportunities, how to flip them upside down. So the little breakthroughs that you make by reinvesting those breakthroughs in progress that you can make that's sustainable and business savvy, if you find that sweet spot, then you can really turn that risk upside down. And I think the resilience credit is our best example of that.
Can I ask, in terms of, kind of looking at what that actually means in terms of what they shift or what they invest in, I'm curious what the percentages of things that obviously affect their individual assets or their portfolios of assets versus also the community, right? Because some of the challenge of resilience is that even if you're a building here in Midtown Manhattan, if you don't get flooded, that's fine. But if the streets are flooded, generally no one can get to you. And so the question then becomes, are you really resilient if your single asset is resilient? So how do you kind of navigate that with your clients?
Sure. So the first thing, I'm glad you mentioned flood, because flood is the #1 climate-related peril that businesses are facing. It does more damage than any other. It's the most frequent hazard, and it's the one that's increasing the sharpest in a warming climate. So flood is very important, and when you keep the water away from your facility, it goes somewhere else. And so we have flood emergency response plans that we work with our clients to implement. Our clients are part of the community. So it's really when you can bring that public-private partnership together to reduce the flood exposure, whether it's civil works or whether it's regional protection measures, that's extremely effective.
Right.
So those are the kinds of things that require investments. They're long-term investments. So there has to be that lack of short-termism and that long-term kind of paced investment to make progress there.
Charles, I think you also would, I would imagine, face this challenge too. You mentioned the Panama Canal. You can do the most possible with your fleet and all of your operations, and if you can't get through the Panama Canal, you can't get through it. And some of that is weather related, but if you look at the port infrastructure in the United States, some of that is because of our aging infrastructure. So talk a little bit about where you see some of the need for investment to ensure that you as a company can truly be kind of resilient to climate.
Great question. And actually one of our largest challenges that we see in front of us, given the fact that we see the challenge of our vessels becoming green as a relatively simple one, and we'll sort it out over the next 10 years. The challenge of the adjacent infrastructure, the challenge of the port terminals, the challenge of the grid in terms of electricity have popped up as a much more nascent, a much more important challenge over the next 2 decades, where if you think about the investment, if you think about the growth that the US economy is going through, the current infrastructure, and we'll stay close to home, if you just look at Newark or the port terminals here, they will not be able to sustain the growth at the pace where we are going today. So the need for investment for additional port terminals along the coast is clear. The need for additional investment for what then comes out of these terminals is clear. And that's not just the infrastructure of rail connections, that's not just the infrastructure of warehouses, but it's the infrastructure of the electricity grid. Our primary headache, my primary headache, if you will, unexpected, we learn as we go, has been the electricity grid charging stations for our electric vehicles. We were quite bold. We thought ahead of the game. Let's deploy 500 electric vehicles, 500 semis in LA, in New Jersey, and in Chicago. The reality, I have those 500 today. Only 150 of those are actively being used. Why? There's not enough charging infrastructure. There's not enough charging infrastructure where I need them, where we need them. And as a result, as much as we would like to render some of these legs sustainable, as much as we would like to make the entire chain sustainable, right now, we'll need different parties to come together to think about how we solve some of these challenges. So it's an issue.
Have you seen any interesting here or abroad kind of public-private partnerships then? Because traditionally that's publicly funded, especially here in the US. However, there is a business need for it.
Yes.
And so the question is, how do you engage the private sector in that? You can't pay for everything. That's certainly not a financially sustainable suggestion. But we do have kind of highway fund here that paid for roads when companies needed roads, and now you need charging stations. Yes. So what do you see as kind of an interesting example, or what would you like to see in terms of a public-private partnership in that way?
It actually speaks to what I mentioned at the beginning. The conclusion that we have come to, the most important one of we can't do this alone, actually plays into this question. So what do we see as needed? Clear, private and public collaboration, and I'll use the example of what we've now been able to emerge in Southern California, where we've now collectively with Prologis, a real estate owner, with the local government and ourselves invested in what is today still the largest charging station for semis within North America, simply because it didn't exist. There was nothing on the radar for it to be implemented in the near-term future. So short of us indeed investing the time out, which indeed would not be feasible, we found partnerships with both the private and the public sector to deploy what has now become something of a revolutionary solution in the Southwest, which we're ready to emulate also here in the Northeast. So for us, clearly you cannot do it alone. You'll need to have private and public collaborations, and you'll need to accept the fact that it will take a little bit of time for them to become, from an economical point of view, sustainable.
Right. Sarah, I'd imagine you have a similar challenge, obviously talking about sustainable aviation fuel, and when you switch to that, you do need infrastructure in place in airports to ensure that they can get the fuel where it needs to be, because it isn't a traditional fuel that you've been using, so it does need some modifications in terms of the infrastructure at the airport. So talk a little bit about kind of what do you see the need for in terms of creativity and public-private partnerships to allow for the expansion of use of SAF?
Well, I'll first say actually longer-term infrastructure concerns are similar, and we think about the potential for electric aircraft. The charging component is still also, how could that be possible? So that's something we think about. But the good news with sustainable aviation fuel, and I certainly don't mean to undercut all of the work that our fuel providers put into producing the fuel and blending the fuel and then ultimately connecting that to a pipeline. But from the airline perspective, it's actually quite simple. And that is the beauty of SAF, right, is that you truly inject it into the pipeline. It has to be blended first, just due to, I'd say, overly cautious requirements. So up to 50% neat SAF combined with 50% conventional jet fuel. But truly, it goes into pipelines, and it is transported into the communal infrastructure at an airport. So it's another interesting piece is that we're very careful with our words. I don't say, like, this flight has SAF on it, because we have no idea where the little molecules end up. Short of me driving or somebody driving a fuel truck, we know with SAF on it into the aircraft, which is not how we fuel planes today at major airports. It truly just gets blended into the infrastructure. So not that bad is the good news.
Right, but what is interesting there, again, because when we're talking about kind of data assessment and how you understand kind of what your challenges and opportunities are, when you don't have control of that infrastructure because you are one piece of it, then that also poses a bit of a challenge to understand, to really articulate what kind of the benefit has been.
Yeah, and we're moving to this world too, where similarly we have a SAF credit that's materializing, like an inset. With registries and with tracking, and it to the point of the molecules go wherever, and it's hard to know. It's new challenges, because typically you don't need to know where any gallon of jet fuel ends up.
Right. Lou, can you talk a little bit about, for those of us, the Milken Institute is based in California. For those of you reading headlines, there are challenges in terms of the insurance industry across many states, including California. We've talked a little bit about incentives, and Sarah did mention a stick earlier. So talk a little bit about kind of the tension of, should we use a carrot, should we use a stick? Because you do have the options for both. Clearly, the insurance industry can do a lot of things to encourage investment into resilience. So talk a little bit about kind of how you guys are seeing both of those kind of tools that you have.
Sure. So I think there's kind of a common misperception that the insurance industry has a bigger stick than it actually has. People will go without insurance. There's a huge insurance gap around the world. People are not insured. And less resilient organizations will find insurance somehow, some way.
Right.
It may be a fractured, shared and layered program, very expensive, but they will find it. So it's not as big of a stick as generally may be thought. The big opportunity is the incentive piece. The big opportunity is to move away from this flight to short-termism and cheap kind of building infrastructure and operation to longer-term investments and resilience.
Right.
And that's everything from where companies choose to locate themselves to how they operate their facility and how they do business as a company. Right. And so I think, when we look even beyond the things that are insurable, companies' market share, their employee relations, their relations in the community, those are the kinds of things that companies don't want to be in the headlines for having a fire, having their facility flood, having their roof ripped off in a hurricane, which we know very well how to prevent.
Right.
Those are the kinds of things that are solvable problems. The information's out there. It's publicly available. It just takes that mindset to move beyond the here and now and think a little bit more about tomorrow.
Right. But so, I mean, I do think that the pricing piece is not inconsequential for many small businesses, certainly. So maybe not a stick, a soft pat towards doing something a little bit better. But I mean, do you see that companies, even without an incentive program, understand that their rates might go up, and so they are going to shift how they operate?
I think there's some of that. I think that underlying that is a greater recognition of the challenge that a changing climate poses. More frequent severe weather events are those are being realized. There's a broader realization of that within the public and within business communities. And I think that's moving the needle. Yeah. The bigger challenge is basically companies and even people just losing coverage. Right. The insurance industry backing away from markets because they're not profitable. And that's combined an industry choice, a regulatory choice, and to be honest, within the insurance industry, some short-termism there. Right. Move away from markets that are not foreseen as profitable and move back. We consider ourselves to be an island of sustainability in terms of just being there, having the capacity to cover. We have 95+% retention on a year in and year out basis. So as a mutual company, that's where that model really pays off for us. We can make that investment.
Great. So we're coming close to time, and I've asked you a bunch of questions about challenges, so I haven't allowed you optimism very much at all. So, Charles, why don't we do a quick round?
You're very cynical, yes.
Yes, I know.
Go from New York.
Cynicism
it's okay.
comes through. It's just hard to get rid of. So talk, for each of you, kind of tell the audience, kind of one thing, whether that's an innovation, whether it's technology, AI, whether it's the collaboration that we mentioned, one thing that you're really excited about over this next year or getting you to, kind of your next set of goals. What is one kind of innovation that you're most excited about? Charles, we'll start with you.
And I need to be optimistic.
You don't have to be,
yes,
but it would be a nice balance to me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I'm going to lean into this one. And I might not just stick to one thing. I believe, first of all, we should be, and we can be, very optimistic. As an overall industry, and I'm specifically talking about the transportation industry, with the impact that we can have on rendering the footprint of the overall industry much smaller than it has been historically, and even as it is today. So the innovations that we've seen, technology-wise, fuel-wise, allow us already today to effectively generate what would be an almost zero footprint. So the optimism is not misplaced. The optimism is not a pie in the sky. The optimism is not something which we need to walk away from. The real opportunity in front of us is that we can render our industry almost net zero 10 to 20 years earlier than any place that has been made. The challenge, and then I'll be a little bit more cynical, the challenge for our industry is leaning heavily on allowing our customers and allowing the industry to make the right choice in an easier manner. Whether that's sustainable air fuel, whether that's marine fuel, the price differential today between what is the right choice, the green choice, and what is the bad choice is simply too large for companies to make that choice, considering the margins on which they operate. So the last part of optimism that I'm working from is that there is a genuine regulatory drive within the global space that introduces sticks, some of them quite painful, that almost by definition will force the industry to make the right choice simply because it will now reach price parity. So it will be the same cost to buy sustainable air fuel. It will be the same cost to buy sustainable marine fuel. If that point is reached then from an international marine organization, that proposal is on the table in April and we believe it will be accepted. Amazing. We'll get to a point where you can become truly sustainable much quicker than we originally thought.
Yeah. Optimism about regulatory process is real optimism there, okay? So
you asked me to be optimistic.
Exactly. Yes. Sarah, when do we go to you?
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll just use this as an opportunity to share an initiative we're very excited about. So obviously we are here in New York. New York is, of course, a global hub of commerce, and and innovation and culture, but a place that has never had a regular supply of course, my favorite thing, sustainable aviation fuel until next week. Brought to you by JetBlue. Thank you. Oh, yes, of course. No. But truly, for the most part, staff has been in California, and now a handful of new states. Mostly just it follows where the state-level programs are. We still don't have a state-level program here in New York, but for JetBlue, we ultimately decided we're not going to let policy slow us down. We are New York's hometown airline. Staff needs to be here. We are going to enable that. And the structure of our contract, this is a call for partners. Anyone wants to talk to me after, is a minimum and a maximum. So we can reach the maximum, which is 5 times our minimum required amount, pending the number of corporate partners we can find to help fund the SAF. So we're excited.
So any corporate partners in the room, call Sarah immediately. Lou.
So I think the big opportunity and the innovation is really from an impact perspective in energy. You know, we've talked about renewable energy. We now look at, both Charles and Sarah have mentioned electrification. You know, I think if we look in the future, we see what I call mass electrification, everything being electric. And that poses some challenges, but also some opportunities. The challenges is fire is still the #1 source of property damage. As important as climate is, buildings and businesses still are more damaged by fire than anything else. The #1 source of ignition for fire is electrical. So as we move to more electrical systems, we need to have smarter systems involved in those to make sure that we're catching fires early and putting them out when they're small. That's a technology opportunity. The technology's there. If we look down the road, you know, we're all excited about AI. It takes a ton of energy to be able to do this. Yes. So when we look at meeting our current energy demand and the forecast of energy demands for AI, we start to look beyond the traditional renewables of maybe solar or wind to small modular reactors and think about how those would play out and the opportunities there. A lot of technology advances there. We're certainly working with our clients as well as manufacturers on the more traditional renewables piece. We now have a number of photovoltaic panels that are listed as FM approved. Obviously, we don't make them, but we certify them for hail, fire, and wind. So resilient photovoltaic panels that are listed under FM approvals. And so now as we look beyond that to wind turbines and potentially small modular reactors, we want to take the same approach. Get those things out that are tested, certified, that are proven to be resilient, that companies can count on, that are really wise investments.
Amazing. So you have the technology there. You have fuel to get you there. If you need to get on a ship, you know where you need to go. We also at the Institute have a huge amount of optimism in terms of where the private sector can kind of play in terms of making the right investments, right? The smarter money and the efficient investments into sustainability. So thank you for joining us. Thank you, Reuters. And please look at these folks as partners and talk to them afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Caitlin. Thank you to the panel. We continue with the climate and the nature theme now. How can we prioritize natural capital, and in what ways can investments in nature be seen as investments in people? This is the subject of the next session. Manulife Investment Management Chief Sustainability Officer is Brian Kernahan. He will be in conversation with Rochelle Carey, and this interview, I must add, is held in partnership with Manulife Wealth and Asset Management. Come on, Rochelle.
Sir. Good morning, everybody. That's for you, not me. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So, if you have seen the latest global risk report from the World Economic Forum, you know that nature capital is, the loss of nature capital is one of our highest risks. That is about the environment. That's also just about, personally, our health. So that is why we have to explore the connections between nature, longevity, and economies as well. They all go together. Here to have that conversation, to explore what all of that means, is Brian Kernahan, the Chief Sustainability Officer for Private Markets at Manulife Investment Management. What he does there He leads their global sustainability platform in public and private markets, has done this for 12 years, had a 29-year career, and he holds the Certified Wildlife Biologist designation from the Wildlife Society. The most interesting person in the room, without a doubt. But let's jump into this, Brian. I think there might be people in the room who maybe haven't heard the term natural capital, and maybe when you do, maybe the first thing you think of is climate, environment, and they're all connected, but just define the term natural capital.
Thanks, Rochelle, and thanks to Reuters for having us. So let me start with nature, and then I'll move to natural capital, because nature, I think everyone has a sense of it, but let me give you the expanded world view of it, which is essentially everything in the world, living and non-living. And that is significant because when you think about natural capital and kind of the movement of it, it really is a way to talk about nature and everything that the planet provides in an economic way, in the language of economics. And so by putting the word capital on there, we tend to just think differently. And so if you look at a definition of natural capital, it's really the Earth's balance sheet in a language that I think would resonate with this community, right? Which is what are the natural stocks of the natural resource stocks or assets that nature provides, and the services that come from them. And it includes all of those. It includes wildlife. You heard I'm a wildlife biologist, so I've been studying this for quite some time. But it also includes air, water, land, plants, et cetera. And then the services that they provide, whether it's the cleaning of air, the flood mitigation along coast. So if you just start to think bigger than the park that you may experience coming here, and start thinking about the water you drink and consume every day. That is natural capital. It's a capital source. It's finite to a degree. We use it, so we have a balance sheet where we can take from it, which we're doing too much of by many accounts, and we can give back or add to it, deposit back into it through restoration or regeneration of the nature, the natural capital that we require. So this dynamic is really a conversation that has taken hold in the last really 5 years, even though some of us may have been spending a little more time thinking about it in the past. The connection to climate, to the broader environment, it's also an important element because climate change, as the previous panel just described, has really consumed a lot of our thinking in this. But the fact of the matter is climate change is an impact that's happening on nature, the atmosphere, the air we breathe. So it really comes back to nature being the umbrella, even though I think that the dialogue has kind of created climate as everything. If we don't have nature, then we start to suffer things like the clean air, et cetera, that we're trying to solve for within climate change.
So have you found, though, when you frame it that way, and when you explain, as you just did eloquently, what natural capital is, do you find that maybe that's a way in to get people to be a little more open-minded, whereas some of the other terms, unfortunately, while they're facts, are politically charged? When you say things like, in the environment and climate, it shouldn't be, but it is. But when you describe it that way, do you find that that's a way in to get people to listen more?
We do. And so, the audience that we primarily are talking to are institutional investors, but even our shareholders. And there is a certain amount of recognition that nature means something to everybody. It doesn't have the baggage. Unfortunately, the decades of climate change have created some really heated discussions. And I think while we think we're over some of that and we're really focused now, we're still not going to be rid of that baggage. If you reframe this and talk about something that everybody requires every day, every minute of their day, which is natural capital, and how it and the impacts we have on it could affect things like climate change, it's actually an easier conversation, and people don't seem to turn off so quickly with it.
That's good. So as you said a moment ago, you described natural capital as the Earth's balance sheet. And we're not doing so good in that regard. Liabilities do outweigh assets. So tell me some meaningful ways that businesses or governments can do something about that economic deficit.
Yeah, so we do take a little bit of a play out of how we've addressed climate change with how we're thinking about nature. And I'll just say that really they're two what we would consider kind of twin crises related that the globe and the planet has to face. the real starting point for doing something about it is the same as what we defined in climate change, which is understand it better than we do today. We talk about this as understanding an individual's, or a business's, or a government's impacts on nature. Do we really know the impacts we're having? We talk about, do we really understand the dependencies? I've said to many audiences, it's analogous to the, do we know where our milk comes from, the cow or this grocery store? In the developed world, it's often forgotten that it comes from nature. And that may be simplistic, but knowing that and taking stock of that is really, we think, the first step in this. And it's not dissimilar to climate change. We had to define it, you had to disclose it, you had to create a lot of reports, which is what my team does a lot of these days. But the point is that until you measure and understand something, you can't manage for it. And so we're very keen on bringing in my world, the investment community and the corporate community along this journey of taking stock of their dependencies on nature, the impacts they're having, and from there you can start to talk about what you can do to deposit a little bit more in that account.
Okay. Let's talk about individuals, us, to make this much more personal. Nature loss does impact everything, as we've talked about, from economies, but also to health systems with very direct effects on each and every one of us in this room. Could you share some examples of what that actually means, what that feels like?
Yeah, so the reason we talk about connecting nature to people is because of that reality. I'll start with water because I think it's something that everyone can kind of just think about your day and what you do individually with water, and then we'll think about it in the global context, right? So let's think about water availability. We in the developed world, we in the U.S., likely take for granted the fact that you can turn on the spigot and water's going to come out and you're going to be able to consume it. That's not the case all over the world, right? And so while we've seen, and I'm terrible at memorizing statistics, but some 40% of progress towards making sure that the world has drinking water. But that still leaves, I think, somewhere in the 700 million to a billion people that don't have drinking water. Now, think about the changes that are happening to the planet through climate change, through other degradation in nature, and that number isn't necessarily going to get better, right? Because if we have more, it's finite. If there's less of it, then people will ultimately start to feel it. And then if you take that beyond the drinking capacity of it and just the use of it, the story gets much different, right? And so there it's water to grow the food you need, water to provide to the communities, water for the environment. There will be a point where if we don't start taking stock of and understanding it, it will begin to have a systemic impact on the economics, on business, et cetera. Now let's go to the other aspect of water and people, which is contamination. We assume the water is going to be drinkable. We assume the water is going to be safe to use. But if you think about, again, the relationship to climate change, plenty of evidence starting to demonstrate that as you have these massive storm events, and increasingly so, you have a higher risk of contamination of the water that is on the planet today, whether it's through Legionella or E. coli or Salmonella. So now it's not a question of if you can get it, it's if you can get it, is it going to be clean? Because have we had an impact on nature to the degree that now we have a contamination impact, which will directly affect people. And so that dynamic, you can kind of just take one stock of nature at a time and really start to look at that. You can think about it from the air and the contamination of air. The previous panel I was listening from the back talked about fire, right? And creating, contamination or greenhouse gases is, I think, what the context was. But it's also about the particulate matter that is going in the air from climate change and increasing fires and so forth. So I won't go through them all, but I hope you're starting to see that if you just take one piece of nature at a time, these impacts will come back to individuals and our ability to live longer, healthier lives. So while we're living longer, we're questioning as Manulife, are we being healthier? And is our planet able to support our ability to live longer and healthier lives? we would suggest we need to put some attention to it.
Okay, so in your role at Manulife, investment management specifically, give me some examples of how investing in natural capital assets create benefits for society, for people, for individuals, for the environment. Why invest? Why?
Yeah. So we're the largest manager of institutional capital for timberland and agriculture globally. And we're very proud of that partly because the attention on those asset classes now have become quite important. And I'll use them because they're, again, more tangible, but we also see nature show up in many asset classes. But as that manager of nature, we kind of have that front row seat. So if we think about a forest, you probably think first about the cutting of that forest down for products that get produced. You may not like the cutting of the forest. You may like it, you love it because you realize that's where toilet paper comes from. Whatever your position on it is, you get that there's a forest and it's providing something to society. That's natural capital. Ag's the same way. Food you eat, whether we like how we grow food or not, it's a necessity. But what often gets lost in this and what this dialogue is allowing us to do, it's allowing us to talk about the benefits to people and to society from these natural stocks because we do understand them. So in our timberland and our ag business, all over the world, these are assets, forests and farms in rural communities. So let's talk first about people. Our people live in those rural communities. They're a part of the local communities. The economics of those communities are often driven by the ability to use that forest. And if you're going to use it, and we've been using them for 40 years, we know that to use them for another 40 years, you've got to be sustainable, replant, et cetera. So put nature back. When you take it, deposits and credits to your bank account. Mm-hmm. Same thing with ag. Then you talk about the environmental benefits, which is a lot of people don't understand that forests all over the world clean the water that they drink. Right? And New York is part of that, right? Part of the wastewater system of New York comes out of the Catskill Mountains. And it's naturally allowing us to not have gray infrastructure cleaning the water with chemicals and so forth. You grab it, it's cleaner coming in, then you make it more usable. So there's a natural benefit that many people don't understand from forests and agriculture that directly impacts the environment. Carbon is stored in trees and soil. So you're removing carbon, not putting it into the atmosphere, speaking again to the climate change. So you can tie direct benefits, and that's the easier to comprehend than if you think about the biodiversity in these forests, right? And you think about where most of our pharmaceutical companies get kind of the inspiration for the medicines we use come from the exploration of nature and making sure that the biodiversity that's out there is able to kind of inform what we do relative to pharmaceuticals. I could go on, but I won't.
Well, I have a great question from someone in the audience. It says, if the most vulnerable people to natural capital deficits happen to wield the least economic potential, how do you engage individual investors to care? Like when you were giving the example of there are millions of people that don't have drinking water, those people don't necessarily have a voice. How do you get the big people to care?
Yeah, it's a great question. So again, the climate nature thing, I'll just pick on for a moment. So you all are probably very familiar with New York Climate Week and the convention of the parties, or COP for climate. Well, there's a similar effort for biodiversity and nature. COP16 was just had down in Cali, Colombia. We were there. It's where governments have also come together to deal with this. And this question that's being raised is very much front and center on the nature agenda, which is how do you have a just transition for a more positive, nature-positive world, just like we talk about a just transition for climate. And frankly, one of the things that came out of the biodiversity COP was a recognition that indigenous communities need a voice at that table. And around the world, not here in the U.S., but around the world, they are often, as they'd like to, I don't mean to say they in the simplistic sense, but that community does believe, and I think it's true, that they are the keepers of a lot of nature and a lot of biodiversity. And they have a lot of historical knowledge that we frankly take for granted. They have a seat at the table now because those governments in that body of the COP decided that that's significant and we need to make sure that their voice is heard. Institutional investors, the way we think about it is we do have a very large influence in the institutional space over these kind of conversations. And so, through that, and why we talk about it, is we do think investments and private capital and the markets that all of us are driven by can, if they understand impacts dependencies, can put capital to work where we ensure that we're not having that negative effect on nature.
So you mentioned the indigenous communities. Tell me more about some examples of some projects that you have been a part of at Manulife where you have really elevated and given voice to indigenous communities, to local communities.
Yeah, so again, in our timberland and ag business, we subscribe to sustainability principles. Most in the institutional and management space do, where we voluntarily have programs that really we treat as a requirement, but they're voluntary, to respect the rights of indigenous peoples that we may be in the neighborhood of, consult with them, even if it's not a direct impact on the land that they are on because of treaties and treaty rights. But we've had the opportunity to go one step further in the state of Washington, where a local community, indigenous community, bought back land that was a forest land as part of their treaty lands, and they didn't have the skills to manage it. So we actually are managing it on their behalf. We're educating the youth of that community on what that forest provides. They're educating us on what it provides. We're helping to train that community in the actual management of the forest using crews from that. It's a really small example, but it's partly to your other question, how can we use kind of our scale and our leverage to kind of bridge this gap a little bit? And I think that's an indication of that.
That's wonderful, the back and forth.
Yeah.
So the people that are here, there's an interest and mix, a diverse group here. There's investors, there's CEOs, there's managers. What would you think would be a key takeaway, no matter what you're here for, no matter what your job is, what would you like someone to take away from what you have been able to talk about today?
I'll go back to the beginning. As an individual, as a member of an employee of a business, of a member of or a citizen on Earth, this notion of impacts and dependencies really has to be the starting point. Because until we really start to really understand this, I think you won't be able to value nature beyond the values that you might have intrinsically. And so, until you value something, you will and disregard it. And that's human nature, right? You will degrade it, you'll use it beyond its capacity. And so really this impact dependency assessment leads to understanding value and your need of something. And once you value it, and I'm not saying monetary trade value, there was a question there about markets. Yes, I do think there's going to be a biodiversity type market, but that's another day. But I'm talking about value to you, to your business, or to broader society. Then you'll start to think about regeneration of it. You'll start to think about reinvesting in it, just like you do anything else. You don't let your materials that you possess degrade to the point of no value because you need that, right? Whether it's your house or your goods, et cetera. That's what we need when it comes to nature. I think we're on that path for climate. If we did nature that, we actually may solve the climate issue and by dealing with this issue, because it truly is, in my view and in the view of many others, the kind of apex issue out there.
All right. Brian Carnahan with Manulife. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Right, thank you, Rochelle. Thank you, Brian. Let's throw healthcare into the mix now and the risks that climate change poses to our health. How bad is it? What's being done to address it? Reuters global editor for Health and Pharma, Michelle Gershberg, will host this conversation and will introduce her panelists. Michelle, come on up.
Hi, welcome. I'm Michelle, by the way. This is Dr. Vin Gupta of Amazon Pharmacy and Caroline Roan from Pfizer. Thank you for joining us. So when I think about this topic, it feels vast. And as journalists, we often cover it through the lens of the catastrophic moments, right? The hurricanes, the floods, the wildfires. When you look at it, how worried should people be in general about the impact of climate change on our health?
Well, I guess since I'm the pulmonologist here, I'll start.
You start.
This is no longer abstract, Michelle, is what I would say. We're seeing this. I spent 30% of my time at the bedside. And we're seeing this now out in Washington State very tangibly in terms of what's actually impacting patients, what's bringing them into the ICU or into the emergency room. Actually, yesterday, some of you may have seen, amidst the wildfire smoke headlines coming out of Malibu, by the way, which is, we're in the 2 weeks away from Christmas, this is still happening. That's not normal. Yesterday, there was a big study published by the University of Washington showing that, in fact, the number of wildfire-related emergency room visits in 2023 were the highest on record, and it nearly tripled from the previous high. So that's number one. Number two, 2023 was the hottest year on record. So when we think about environmental impacts on the human body, heat is number one, and we've never seen a hotter year than the year that we just experienced. And then I'd lastly add that air pollution is the 5th independent leading cause of death worldwide. It's not existential anymore. And I think for so long, over the last 15 years during my training, we would have climate health discussions, and it would seem, well, gosh, we're preparing for some sort of future catastrophe. No, it's here. And our health systems are battling with it, private corporations are battling with it, and we're having to wrestle with the actual burden of disease in ICUs across the country. This is no longer just an existential issue. I'll lastly just say, on your tee up, Michelle, that something really interesting happened in the city of Las Vegas, where it wasn't just hot days, which I think we're all used to if you ever travel to that part of the country. It was hot nights. And it was the combination of hot days and hot nights, nocturnal heat coupled with daytime heat, that allowed somebody who might be 65 with a pre-existing condition to not actually cool down, especially if they didn't have sufficient AC. And what does that mean? That's actually compounding effects. You can't cool down the body, the heart rate doesn't go down, and ultimately what happens is you have somebody that needs to go into the hospital with heart failure or COPD exacerbation. So it's not just daytime heat, it's nighttime heat. We're seeing these real impacts right now.
Michelle, maybe before I answer your question, classically trained, right? If I could just take a moment, Caroline from Pfizer, when we think about our work in climate and health, we have to orient that in how we think about our commitment to the environment, which started more than 20 years ago with greenhouse gas emission targets. We still have that. We have a net zero commitment. But where I think there's an interesting conversation to be had is Vin noted, you're seeing the impacts now, and where we're responding to that is really doubling down on strengthening the system of care, particularly in low-income countries where you're going to see a lot of the climate impacts. We need to double down on those investments, and we've been doing that over the past couple of years.
I do want to get to the care infrastructure in a moment, but to center this again, to make it concrete to people, when you think about the disease areas that are of most concern, right? The heat situation, hot, cold situation that you're talking about. Is this chronic conditions that you're talking about, infectious disease? Like, how do you weight the various risks?
Sure, no, and maybe I'll start, Carolyn, please improve. It's the gamut. And so what we're seeing in the United States we're seeing that climate now is arguably the second compounding, the leading compounding risk factor that exacerbates our chronic disease epidemic. So if somebody's obese with heart failure, boom, you add on air pollution, you add on wildfire smoke or heat, that person is now manifold at risk of ending up in the hospital. But now we're seeing, we were just talking backstage, we're seeing now perhaps a new respiratory pathogen in places like the Congo that we know is part of a nexus of places geographically where animals and humans interact. And that spillover effect is prevalent and could potentially be prevalent in a place like the Congo. So what do we do? They're calling it disease X for a reason. We have no clue what's going on. But those disease X's and Y's are going to be much more prevalent. We know that throughout the course of a calendar year because it's warmer. Humans and fauna are interacting much more. And so that spillover effect potential is a lot higher. And so it's chronic here in the United States. But, oh, by the way, in the Northeast, I remember getting questions just a few months ago in the Northeast. Some of you who might live in Boston or in the North Atlantic states had to deal with things like West Nile encephalitis, arboviruses, things that we didn't normally have to talk about, we're talking about. And I will say that, you say the word climate, and maybe half the country turns off or rolls their eyes. But if you talk about the health impacts of climate, that actually polls incredibly well. People are willing to hear and receive the message across partisan lines on the ways in which air, ways in which dirty water might be impacting their health. Polls the best. It's our ability to persuade, I think, through the message of health, that's our greatest opportunity. But this is both acute and chronic. And
I would just echo that, which you know, covering the globe, that we talk about the dual burden. So it's infectious disease, it's non-communicable disease. We see both coming together. And in these weaker, less resourced countries, you have that dual burden hitting the healthcare system and the providers. And that's really proving to be a huge challenge. And that's where we believe we have to kind of take one step at a time in this vast arena and break that down and try to improve the experience of healthcare for those patients who are seeking it.
How do you think patients need to think differently about this, right? So if you're saying, all right, I know this storm is coming, we're expecting 3 weeks of extreme heat. What should they be doing differently? What should their doctors be advising them to do differently? Well, we're seeing that right now actually happening. And I cited Las Vegas for a reason, because they now, multi-stakeholders in that city are doing something really interesting. As a proof of concept, I think, for the rest of the country and potentially for many parts of the world that are impacted by these environmental threats. They're doing early warning systems where, hey, there's going to be a heat wave here, the likes of which are going to be unpleasant. Make sure you're dialed in from an environment standpoint at home. Get it as cool as possible. Be proactive on your refills. I represent Amazon Pharmacy. These are things that I think we as a company recognize we have a unique role where we can be helpful there. Get their refills in on time. Make sure you have a 90-day supply when appropriate. Have visibility on health threats that might be environmental so you can prepare. It's not just a hurricane, Michelle. To your point, I think that's the common conception when weather-related events may impact our livelihood. It is a heat wave. And so we're seeing now those that are higher risk, especially those that might be, say, a commercial insurer that's caring for patients in the city of Las Vegas, will be doing proactive outreach. It's happening as we speak. There's a heat wave coming in. Make sure your AC is repaired, or if it needs a repair, that it's dialed in, that you have your refills in on time. And so this proactive engagement is happening on the climate health nexus in ways that it didn't even happen a few years ago. So where does this go in the developing world where we don't have the resources and the healthcare systems are struggling? Yeah.
Well, as we were joking in the green room, I'm always going to defer to the actual physician, since I am not one and I don't play one on TV. But I will say, from the perspective of a lower resourced environment, we don't have the luxury of having as sophisticated communication systems out there, but the unsung hero from our perspective is that healthcare worker. Some cases, they may be a physician, they may be a nurse practitioner, or they may be a lay person who's just been trained. And to Vin's point, that is the person that is going door to door, that's able to educate the patients, their families, about the weather that's coming, about heat, the drought that you're seeing across East and West Africa. And so I think for us, we've got to really invest in those healthcare workers, because they are really the linchpin that's going to help drive the patients to understand the impacts and what they can do to protect themselves and their families.
And I 100% agree. And what I would also say is, I think there was a sea change in how we talked about air pollution when New York City was shrouded in terrible air. Exactly. What was it, last summer? I mean, this happens all the time on the West Coast of the United States. Rarely does it make national news. I think Malibu might be the one exception here. Maybe it's because it's Malibu. But we normally don't talk about climate health and that intersection, but it happened in the media capital of the world. It was impossible to ignore. And now, just that public awareness that, it's not just terrible air for a few days and it's going to go away, and therefore I'm going to be fine. This was a blip in the road. It was unpleasant just for a couple of days. No, we're now recognizing, and we are messaging to people that just a few days, Michelle and Caroline, of exposure to terrible air, wildfire smoke can actually have detrimental impacts, especially if you're pregnant, to in utero development. It can increase your risk of preterm birth. It can impact your immune system. Just a few days of exposure. And we didn't have the tee up to talk about this nearly as effectively until the media capital of the world was shrouded in poor air for multiple days.
It looked like we were on Mars those days.
That's what I was
really was incredible. I'm happy you mentioned this issue of cutting across partisan lines in the United States. Yeah, and the incoming administration includes some nominees who are climate skeptics. I think we can call it that. And I'm curious, how do you work with public health officials or other policymakers who may be in a completely different place, see things so differently from where you are?
Well, I'm going to let Carolyn, I'm curious to your thoughts on that. I'm kidding.
We're going to bat it back and forth.
I mean, I guess what I would say is, I think there's a lot of opportunity here to educate. And I do think often past is not prologue. And so I know a lot of comments have been made, and we'll have to wait and see. But what I would say is I do think power has a moderating, can have the potential to be a moderating influence on people once they actually assume the reins of power. And I think a lot of us are hoping that that's going to be the case. And two, we were talking about a potentially controversial public health issue just recently when it came to raw milk. And my comeback to that, because there is a health component to ingesting raw milk, is that a lot of Americans actually think over half think it's actually safe to ingest raw milk. And I think a lot of us, when we have these discussions, whether it's climate and health, whether it's something else that might be controversial, immediately might have a reflex response, Michelle, that is othering the other side. But there's a lot of people out there just don't realize that something like that is not good for you. And so I do think whether it's climate and health, whether it's something controversial, whatever other battles we might be waging in the next 4 years, we have to stop, take an opportunity to educate, understand why maybe somebody views something in the lens. And then also I would say, so try to have an informed discussion. I will say when it comes to healthcare and climate, the most important thing that has been determined in the last 8 weeks, just in the last 8 weeks, this was a white paper published by the George Washington University on climate change communication, was we don't do enough communication on the healthcare impacts of climate. We just don't do enough of it. And so
do we do any?
Outside of engagements like this, I think we're doing much more of it to the general public in the last 5 years, but it's just been the last 5 years, probably picking up over the last 2. But that they identified something, and health professionals, frankly, could do a lot more in terms of messaging on it. So to your point on early warning systems, healthcare professionals or insurers or somebody in that stakeholder group saying something bad's about to happen in the environment around you, let's talk about it, let's make sure you're prepared. There's an opportunity to lean into the health message for climate that I think bridges the partisan gap. So that's one, but then two, also just understanding where they're coming from, and I think trying to make a rational argument to engage.
I think from our perspective, we're focused on the task at hand. And the task at hand is that what unites us as human beings is that we want quality health care for our families and those that we love. And most administrations across the globe want that as well. So we're going to find the areas of common ground, and we're going to continue to double down on those investments where we can make a difference.
So RFK Jr., in light of this conversation, he says we need to focus more on chronic conditions, right? We need to make at baseline America healthier. But as you know, he also cast doubt on the safety and efficacy of vaccines. Is he an ally in this or an obstacle? How do you see it?
I think I'm hopefully he's an ally, and I think some of the comments he's made, I'm really optimistic about, which is food safety, really tackling in a meaningful way. We'll see what the details are, the chronic disease epidemic, but the fact that that's the lead, I think that is the lead. That's what he keeps coming back to. As a physician, I will say, if that's the focus, fantastic. And we all want to work together. That's bipartisan. Let's lean in there. Obviously, I think that there's a lot that we can do when it comes to, what does that look like? Is that, what are the specifics there? It's not clear. So I think let's give him a chance to, if he's the nominee, gets confirmed, let's give him a chance to actually put some policies into place, because I think we can spill milk all day talking about this. Let's see what he does. But I do think that focus there is correct. and he would have a lot of allies if that was really something he doubled down on.
So I don't like the role of armchair pundit. What I like to go back to is we work across all parties in the United States, and as I said, globally, as a global company with boots on the ground in more than 100 countries, we're going to roll up our sleeves and we're going to find common ground. And I believe that's possible, as you note, Ben. And we're going to work incredibly hard to ensure that the innovative ecosystem that drives vaccines and new medicines is robust and healthy. And then we're going to do with all of our might, work to get those out to the patients who seek to, who seek to improve the lives of their family members. And we'll do that with anybody who has a like mind.
And what I will also say is, just to build on Caroline on your point, he talks a lot about lifestyle, about activity. We need examples of that much more. But then he also talks about early detection. And that's something that I will say at Amazon we focus a lot on is, there's so many people across the country. I mean, Caroline, 90% of people with uncontrolled hypertension have no clue that they have uncontrolled hypertension, which is, by the way, the leading risk factor for death and disability worldwide. I see this in my clinical life. People come in with heart attacks and strokes for a reason. They do not know that they have a silent killer. And that's been a focus a lot of this platform. We don't know. We need early detection, early treatment if appropriate. We need to focus on prevention. Fantastic. But when I think about ways in which, Carolyn, to your point, Pfizer, all comers are potential collaborators. Same thing at Amazon. And if there is an effort here where we can scale our approach to healthcare, which is trying to do as much as possible in the at-home environment, because I think, by the way, patient behaviors have changed over the last 5 years. I've seen this. If you can get your medications delivered to home, if you can get a telehealth visit easy and seamless for a low acuity condition at home, and you can marry that with treatment, fantastic. And by the way, that reduces carbon footprint because you don't have to drive in. And it also enables an early test, early treat paradigm. We need early detection for more conditions across the spectrum of human disease, and we need to marry that with treatment as quickly as possible. That's what we're trying to build across Amazon Health. And I think that really jives with a lot of these themes that you're hearing about now. Focus on holistic health, prevention. That just doesn't happen in our federated, very centralized but federated health system model today where you have to drive in, it's frictionful. We can do something that reduces the carbon footprint, that leans into some of these themes that we're hearing about from our highest officials. And I think do so in a really collaborative way.
And maybe I'll just jump in that I do think you hit an important point, which we share, and maybe folks don't understand why, but a pharmaceutical company believes mightily in prevention. We want to have our vaccines and our medicines available. Vaccines do prevent illness, but we do want to have those available if needed, but we can all get behind the prevention message. We need to do that here in the United States, and we need to do it globally. And I think you're beginning to see that happen with that dual burden that I referenced before with the growth of non-communicable disease.
I'm going to take in a question that we're getting on the slides here, and I love it. What efforts are Pfizer taking to develop temperature-stable medicines? And I just want to add, one of our more popular stories this year was just a little kind of explanatory piece that said, what happens when my medicines get hot during an extreme heat wave? How are they protected in the delivery truck? What if it's sitting on my stoop?
Right. Well, first of all, to reassure everyone, we are a highly regulated industry, and that is a good thing in the context of the safety of our medicines. It is absolutely critical. If you don't believe your medicines are safe, you're not going to take them. That's not good for us. That's not good for you. As a prescribing physician, you want to know they're safe. So we have an enormous effort underway to do stability studies across our entire portfolio. But maybe I'll pull out one example because I think this was really top of mind during the COVID-19 pandemic. You may know that mRNA vaccines, of which Pfizer had one, required what's called deep cold chain. It was a really cold environment that those vaccines needed to be stored in. And initially, there was a lot of concern about how that would happen in lower resource settings and in developing countries. And our partnership with Zipline, the drone delivery company, which we have been working on in Ghana, because we had that relationship, our engineers just got on the phone and they figured out how to create a small capsule that could be placed in the drone that was temperature controlled for deep cold chain. And so not only did we deliver our vaccines, but we delivered other mRNA vaccines, and we were able to literally reach hundreds of thousands of patients. And so that is the type of work that we do to think about the impacts of heat, how our medicines are being distributed and used, and what we need to do our part to make sure that that is stable and that they meet the requirements set out by our regulatory authorities.
And I will say, when it comes to how do you create a health system that's resilient across the spectrum of the patient journey, from triage to treatment, and the temperature stability piece, the R&D sort of elements of that, defer to Carolyn at Pfizer. At Amazon, we're bringing the very best of Amazon logistics to a pharmacy experience that, frankly, let's be honest, does not exist or has not existed at scale today up until over the last few years. And that's why I'm thrilled about what we're building at Amazon Pharmacy, especially when you think about the health impacts of climate, extreme heat in more and more parts of the country. I think the number has it that 40% of the western United States is going to be potentially uninhabitable by the middle of the century for parts of the year at least, because it's going to be so hot. Well, how are you going to actually deliver healthcare services in such an austere environment? We're investing in speed. And so what we do really well is logistics. We're going to be sub-same-day speed by the end of 2025 and reaching half of Americans across the country. That's great. That means that the traditional mail order experience is 5 to 10 day turnaround. We're talking about maybe just a matter of a few hours to get your antibiotic if you're sick, or if you have flu, your Tamiflu, and it's not going to be on that stoop for a few hours. And so we're recreating the standard of care that patients, frankly, are used to in a brick-and-mortar urgent care setting in the at-home environment. But that requires a company that knows what they're doing when it comes to world-class logistics. And by the way, that's perfect for this moment of climate and health, austere environments. You want to get things fast to people for a reason, because it's clinically good, but also because of the environment that we're living in.
What about globally? So you're describing Amazon's footprint in the U.S., and their licenses to go global. But where is the company in trying to deliver medicines globally?
Nothing that I can announce or speak to today, but I would say that we are a global company that, outside of the medicines sort of purview, do India, for example, parts of Western Europe. We have something a very similar experience, but not in the pharmaceutical space right now.
I do want to just note a little data point from the World Health Organization, which estimates that by 2030 we'll start to see 250,000 additional deaths globally every year related to climate change. So a lot of responsibility here, for sure. How do you think other industries should be thinking about this, right? For their employees, for their customers, sort of a large question, but still, where should they be putting their investment, their thinking around this?
So I'm going to double back down on the system of care. And I think in global health, we talk a lot about partnerships and cross-sector partnerships. And Ben and I were just talking about that, in terms of our relationship as companies. And it's somewhat overused, Michelle, by all accounts. But I think it is critically important, and climate offers us a great opportunity. Not only do we have the example that I noted with Zipline, but we're also investing in small to medium-sized enterprises all over the globe. These are entrepreneurs that are seeing an issue locally, and they're creating a solution. And they need help scaling that. They need help understanding how to reach more patients. And so I think if we can take our hats off and have more of this cross-sector dialogue, it will begin to also infiltrate our global institutions, and that's where we're going to find the magic. And I do think, as we talk about these very sobering statistics and hearing you reflect what's happening in the U.S., particularly in the West, it feels heavy and overwhelming. And where we're going to get out of that cycle is if we find those areas of opportunity and possibility. And with just this little program that we've been supporting, we've helped more than 11 million patients get better access to care over the past decade, and we're really proud of that.
Is there a role for AI here? And I'd like to be evidence-based when we talk about it, if you don't mind.
Yes, well, of course. I mean, we're already building in artificial intelligence to how we deliver. And so our entire logistics network is built on or is informed by large language models that allow us to figure out what's the fastest way to deliver a package from point A to point B. In our pharmacy business, we use artificial intelligence to safely ingest prescriptions into our home delivery ecosystem so that we can get, again, that focus on speed, get prescriptions to people as fast as possible. And so I do think that for a logistics company that's trying to make sure that we have the safest, highest quality pharmacy in the country, which I think we do, all of it is built on the backbone of artificial intelligence and machine learning tools to make sure that what people have experienced in a retail pharmacy environment is replicated, but frankly improved upon digitally. And that allows us to go the extra mile. And so you were asking sort of what do other industries need to do? I'm seeing some questions here about the broader healthcare industry. The fact of the matter is by 2030, there's going to be far more need for healthcare services than there's going to be human capital to supply it. We know that. We've been talking about this healthcare workforce crisis for a very long time. But how are we going to actually meet the need that's going to exist by 2030 with this convergence of climate, health, untold potential threats that we hear about all the time? It's going to be on the back of technology that patients and providers trust. And so that's where I do think artificial intelligence in the clinical setting to help make better decisions. We know that artificial intelligence tools at the point of care can actually help clinicians make a better diagnosis. Are we going to do that? It can maybe help inform a better interactive chatbot experience to somebody who might have a low acuity condition, wants to be routed to the right point of care. It can help pharmacists do more. Frankly, I think we underutilize pharmacists, and we're going to need more pharmacists to do more things. And so that's how we're thinking about it. That's how other entities in healthcare are thinking about the use of artificial intelligence. Reduce misdiagnosis, allow other cadres outside of doctors and maybe nurse practitioners to actually care for patients safely. So increase scope of practice. And then also, from our standpoint, from a logistics standpoint, actually do speed as effectively as possible.
I'm going to bring you local for a minute. It's a little bit of a pivot, but I feel like I have to ask. So last week, just a few blocks from here, actually, we had an act of violence. An executive at United Healthcare was killed. And what we've seen since, there's a lot of questions, right, that are still being explored about the motive, but we've also seen an outpouring of angst about the healthcare system, anger, frustration, and I'm curious, sort of as leaders in the healthcare industry, how are you thinking about risk within the industry, and also, frankly, that response from people in the community?
So maybe I'll start. First of all, I just think it's a very sad and heavy moment. It was a tragedy of epic proportions, and you think about the families affected, and I think we're just still reeling and trying to get a handle on actually what happened. In terms of the comments online, I will only say that I think all of us are taking a step back and trying to understand what's happening with patients and their experiences. We always do that at Pfizer. I know you do that at Amazon. But clearly, there's a larger dialogue that needs to happen, and we're going to be taking our time to try to understand exactly what happened and understand that feedback and see where we can play a positive role. Vin, over to you.
No, exactly. I mean, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I'll say as a clinician that two things can be true. One is our health system needs to be better. I think we all agree on that. And there's a lot of things that for decades, this is not new to the events of last week, which, horrifically tragic. There's a lot of things that should cause a lot of outrage by many of us. That's why we're building what we're building at Amazon, because we think that we can be part of a better solution. So there's a lot of inspiration and frankly, motivation out there to have a better system in place. And I think we're seeing the signs of that. It's also true that that should not have happened. And so there cannot be this false moral equivalence in our public discourse. And so I found, again, just me looking at this as an intensive care doc, seeing some of these inequities play out, not just over the last week, but over the last several decades, that the events of last week are unacceptable. I'm worried about, when you talk about risk, I think we should all be worried about this sort of notion, will that be normed? Is that type of reaction going to be normed, and are there going to be copycats? That is unacceptable. We need people to speak out that false moral equivalences must not be accepted. But that we should also be focused, as Carolyn said, on the bigger goal, which is we can do something better here together. That's why I know Carolyn's excited about the work that they're doing at Pfizer. I think Amazon is a part of a broader solution for a better healthcare experience. Test to treat is but one of them. But that's what we need to be putting our energies towards, not false moral equivalences.
Thank you both so much. Thank you to the audience as well.
That went that fast.
Yeah. I will go that.
Thank you very much indeed, Michelle, to Vin and Caroline. A fascinating and a critical conversation. So thank you very much again. We're going to take a coffee break now. It's going to be about 30, 40 minutes. Coming up after that, NYSE President, Spain's Foreign Minister, Bank of New York CEO, and lots more. So join us again in here at 11:40. Thank you very much. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good break. We've got a few more sessions ahead of lunch, an exciting lineup, in fact. We start with delivering energy in a complex world. Rochelle Carey is in conversation with Chevron New Energy's President Jeff Gustafson, and this interview is held in partnership with Chevron. So, Rochelle, come on up.
Good midday, everybody. Good midday to you, sir.
Good to see you, Rochelle. We were in the, we just met.
Yes.
But it turns out Rochelle and I live 5 blocks from one another in Houston. So who would have thought? We go to some of the same restaurants.
Comparing the best restaurants in Houston. If you ever go to Houston, go to Hungry's.
Island Grill.
Cyclone Anaya. Those are good ones.
Flora.
Local foods. We could do this all day, but we won't. We do not want to take up his time because I actually do have some breaking news I want to get to, which is why I brought my phone. We'll get to that in a moment. Yeah? All right. Clearly, the world is facing monumental challenges when it comes to lowering the carbon footprint, but the world is also getting bigger and has massive energy needs. We're all trying to navigate how to do that, him better than the rest of us. But Chevron is a global energy leader when it comes to tackling those specific issues that I just described. Jeff Gustafson is the Vice President of Lower Carbon Energies for Chevron Corporation. since 2021. His focus is on lower carbon solutions with the potential to scale. So that includes commercialization opportunities with hydrogen, carbon capture, offsets, and power. He also supports the ongoing growth in biofuels. He has been with Chevron for 25 years, so since you were a wee pup, very, very young one. So let's talk about the transformative potential of technologies like hydrogen and carbon capture. So, as I just said, on the one end, you are the global leader when it comes to providing energy to the world. You're also really trailblazers and really pushing forward when it comes to lower carbon energies. Those seem like opposite things. How do you do that?
Yeah, a good question. And I understand some folks would look at it that way. We don't look at it that way. For us, we view the energy transition, pretty simply. Energy is essential to modern life. It powers everything that we do. Energy demand is growing. I think we all can agree with that, and all forms of energy are going to be needed. And we need to balance the reliability of energy, the affordability of energy, and making energy ever cleaner, which right now is heavily focused on lowering the carbon intensity of energy. So those are our beliefs. This is an historic energy challenge, and one that we're very invested in, as you noted. It will take many companies, not just ours, with deep capabilities, collaborating like we've never seen collaboration to lower the cost of these low-carbon technologies and solutions. And that's what we're doing. We're working to lower our own carbon intensity of the products that we produce today that the world desperately needs. And we're also working on developing new lower carbon businesses and solutions, such as the ones that you mentioned at the start. I don't see a disconnect between a company like ours doing both of those things simultaneously. Energy demand for our traditional business will continue to grow. We'll continue to supply it with lower carbon products. We also have deep capabilities as a company, as an industry, to help move things like renewable fuels, like CCUS, like hydrogen, like low carbon baseload power forward to provide new low carbon products and solutions for customers. So we're committed to do both, and we'll continue to do both.
So why are hydrogen, and CCS technologies, why are you so focused on those?
So we think of three key things when we're looking at any new business line or project to get involved with. First, is it a solution? I talked about lower carbon solutions. Is it something that works in a reasonable time frame? And working, a big part of working is, do you have customers who can afford the solution or the product that you're providing? That's number one. Number two, for any company, investing, participating in sectors where you bring something that's differentiated, capabilities that fit your company. Diversifying into an area that doesn't fit any company is not a good business strategy. So we really think about, do we have capabilities that can help drive a project forward? Is it linked to our existing assets? Is it linked to an existing customer that we can work with? That's the second piece, the fit. And the third piece is we need to generate value for our company and our shareholders. So we need to find projects which generate attractive returns. We think hydrogen and CCUS fit that bill. Hydrogen's versatile. It's very abundant. It can be used to decarbonize some sectors of the economy which are very difficult to decarbonize. Heavy-duty transportation, some power applications, some high-heat applications, like we talk a lot about the steel industry, and hydrogen might be a fit there. It won't be a fit everywhere, but there are some specific sectors. If we can lower the cost of low-carbon hydrogen, this will be a big part of the solution. CCUS is one of the lower-cost solutions for hard-to-abate industries. We can use an existing technology, which we're a large operator in already today, to lower the carbon intensity of existing infrastructure without completely changing out that infrastructure. So that's what we like about hydrogen and CCUS, and we're invested pretty heavily in both spaces.
So I mentioned the breaking news. So just a few hours ago, Exxon that made an announcement that they are going to be designing a massive natural gas fueled plant meant specifically to power data centers. What is Chevron doing?
We are working on this as well. And I think this is something that our company is very well positioned to participate in. If I go back to the capabilities fit, we're a large natural gas company, in the United States and elsewhere. We produce it, we transport it, we sell it today. We operate very large power-related equipment all over the world to power our own operations, including equipment, or mostly equipment fired from natural gas. We have a very large land position in the United States that can be used for data centers, can be used, for other applications. We have deep construction capabilities in building some of this out, helping customers build some of this out. And we can also provide lower carbon pathways, because customers in this space, data centers and tech companies, have very ambitious lower carbon targets, which they need a lower carbon pathway. The pathway we see here is CCUS to start, but we can mix in other things over time, like geothermal, baseload power, maybe some renewable power to make all of this work. So this is something that we're working on, and we'll provide more information at a later date.
So outside of technology, everything we're talking about is about technology. Outside of technology, what is needed to make progress in the field of energy?
Well, I think if I talked about capability, bringing the capabilities to bear, companies collaborating with one another to lower the cost. This is a historic challenge. This is a big challenge. We need all three of those things to happen at scale and at speed to make this work. But maybe I'll focus on, because I haven't talked a lot about it, the collaboration piece and how important that is. This is companies working with companies. Chevron can do a lot. We can't do everything. There's some things we are very, very good at. There are other things where we are better at when we partner with others. So partnership is critical. Companies working with companies. This isn't a race to see who can get to the lower carbon finish line first.
It's not a race? Are you sure?
It's not. Sometimes
but if it were, who's winning?
Sometimes it sounds... I won't answer that. This is something that everyone needs to work on together. And so companies working with companies, governments working with governments, easier said than done. Companies working with governments, the public sector and the private sector working together to enact efficient, practical policies to both incentivize providing the world the traditional oil and gas or energy products that it needs today with a lower carbon footprint, and also growing these new lower carbon products and solutions. That's the name of the game. The good news is this is something that runs very deep in our company. It runs very deep in our industry. The oil and gas industry, the energy industry, is very used to working with competitor and others to move some of our oil and gas developments forward. There's almost nothing we do in the upstream part of our business, exploration and production, which doesn't involve a large, complicated, sometimes partnership with private industry and with government. So this is something we're already very good at. We need a lot more of it to move this ahead.
Okay, so about government, let's talk about that. Obviously, there is a new administration coming in. They have different thoughts, different sensibilities, different energy policies. How do you anticipate navigating that?
This is a 150-year-old company, almost 150-year-old company. Everything that we look at strategically in our traditional business and certainly in these new energies businesses, we're looking out not just years but decades. So you've got almost a 200-year span that we're talking about when you come and talk to someone like Chevron. So policy is very important here. Advocacy, partnership with government is very important. We're very consistent in our strategy. We will stick with our stated strategy, but look forward to working with this administration, just like we worked with the last administration and will work for many administrations to come.
So we started off talking about Houston. I'm going to come back to Houston because it's Houston. But this past October at GasTech, your CEO, Mike Wirth, was there, and he gave the keynote, and I was there, very lucky to be there. He specifically said in his keynote that he was looking for a more balanced and optimistic conversation about the future of energy. From your perspective, what does that look and sound like?
Yeah, it was a great speech, if you didn't see it. And I'm not saying that just because he's my boss, but no, it was.
And
I think we have a very balanced view about this. We try to be very pragmatic about how the energy transition, how we'll solve this challenge. On balance, it's balancing all solutions. We need all solutions here. We need all sources of energy. Energy demand's continuing to grow. We need to balance reliability with affordability and providing ever cleaner energy. That means we'll need to continue to provide oil, especially natural gas, as the world demands it. We'll also need to provide some of these new products and solutions going forward. So that's part of the balance. Part of the balance is what the developed world is aspiring to, which we fully support. It might be different than other parts of the world, the developing world. We still have a significant energy poverty problem on this planet. Billions of people who still don't have reliable and affordable
energy poverty. That's an interesting
energy
term.
poverty. Yes, and that's very important. We need to have a balanced conversation around different industries, different economic sectors of the economy will decarbonize or lower their carbon intensity in different ways on different timelines. And I'm not making an excuse for hard-to-abate industries like ours, but hard-to-abate industries are hard to abate. The technologies will take more work to come to fruition. So I think we need to be balanced in how we view the overall timeline. On optimism, and I really like that part of it. First, in this business, you have to be optimistic. It runs deep in our DNA. We solve really big, challenging problems. When you drill deep water exploration wells in the Gulf of Mexico in thousands of feet of water that cost $100 million or more and have a 1 in 10 probability of success, not everywhere, but just as some of them, you have to be optimistic about these things. You have to be very technically strong and deep to make sure you're making better decisions than bad ones. But optimism kind of runs in our DNA. And I think that's very important as well, because this is a huge challenge, but it is a solvable challenge. And we are making really strong progress, not just us as a company, although we are making progress if you look at what's happening around the world today, and we'll continue to make more. So I'm very optimistic. It's a big challenge, but I think we'll solve it.
So you have been at this for 25 years. You've seen a lot of ups and downs, the challenges, immense. Are they more immense now than they have been? Have there been inflection points over the past where you're like, well, we thought that was the end of the world and it wasn't? And how do you put all of this in perspective, the length of time that you've been in this industry? What's your takeaway?
Yeah, I'd go back even further than the 25 years. It's the energy. There's always been energy challenges throughout its history, and the energy system is a massive system that's always in transition. We still use some of the energy consumables today that we used 2 centuries ago in parts of the world. When I talk about the energy poverty, I noted the energy poverty. There's still far too many folks who are using very unreliable and environmentally damaging forms of energy to power their lives. So the energy system has always been in transition. There's always been challenges associated with it. I think right now, though, this is a significant one. How we balance all 3 of those things that I talked about before. How do we provide reliable energy, which is really about energy security? How do you provide affordable energy that's about economic prosperity? And that's different in the developed world than it is in the developing world. And then how do we make it ever cleaner, lower the carbon intensity so we can meet all the environmental objectives that are out there and are growing? So I do think this is one of, it's certainly very high on the list in terms of challenging times for the energy industry if you look over the grand span of time. But I'm excited about what we can do with it.
Let me ask you one more question that was similar to a question that somebody in the audience actually posed in one of the previous sessions. How do you get big corporations to care about the people that don't have a voice? And I'm coming back to what you said about energy poverty? How do you make that resonate with people?
Well, I think we communicate about this a lot. Look, we work all over the world. We work in many countries around the world where we see this firsthand every day, and we see not just what some of those social groups and countries, what society is dealing with in terms of energy poverty. We're also offering solutions for them, mostly with traditional products that we produce today, oil and natural gas. But many parts of the world that we operate in today, we have domestic supply commitments. So we're not just providing oil and natural gas to export to sell to customers outside of the country that we're working in. We're selling them locally, and you can immediately see the impact that has on people's lives. So I think sharing some of those stories, just making that more visible, and again, just continuing to have, like Mike said in his gas tech speech, really trying to have a balanced conversation, maintaining our optimism, but being pragmatic about how we're going to make progress here.
All right, thank you very much, Jeff.
Thank you,
Rochelle. Chevron. Jeff, thank you.
Thank you.
Oops.
Thank you very much indeed, Rochelle. Thank you to Jeff. Right, we have 4 interviews now, back-to-back into the lunch break, hosted by Reuters Editorial. So we will try our very best to break some news from these. No pressure to the interviewers. We start with the New York Stock Exchange. The NYSE is the largest stock exchange in the world by market cap. It is a fascinating barometer of the economy and the corporate world. New York Stock Exchange president is Lynn Martin, and Lynn will be interviewed by Reuters Breaking Views global editor Peter Thal-Larsen. Come on up.
Good. Thank you, Axel. Welcome, Lynn.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Welcome to Reuters Next. I think we have a very tight time frame, so I'm just going to jump straight in. There is for anybody in the room who wants to sort of throw a question at Lynn, I think you can join through Slido and you can post a question, and it will hopefully, all being well, pop up on the screen, and I will try and direct it at Lynn's direction. But maybe just to start, I think one thing that's been a big theme of this conference I've noticed is this idea of US exceptionalism, particularly in financial markets. We've had 2 very strong years for the US stock market. The US market, this number that keeps coming up, 67% of global equities by value is in the US. What do you attribute that to?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. What I attribute that to is the depth and breadth and liquidity and transparency that is in the U.S. markets, biggest pool of investors, most transparent markets out there. But then also I attribute it to the fact that the U.S. economy during this past stress period has recovered a lot faster than some other countries. And if I look at its recovery, it's almost, when I think about my business, it's very similar to what I think happened to the U.S. markets. We used a time of disruption to find new opportunity. It's something I always challenge my management team to do. And the last couple of years, many companies have done that. And it's sort of manifesting itself in those 2 favorite letters that everyone wants to talk about, AI. I mean, did people really talk about AI in 2021? Not as much. I mean, those of us who have a programming degree or who were a coder, that's what my background was, we've been working on artificial intelligence, or what's called neural networks, when I went to school. I'm going to totally date myself here. But it wasn't something that you talked about at cocktail parties in 2021. I think the fact that it has come into the mainstream really illustrates how so many companies have said, okay, the world, we've got some issues in the world. We've got geopolitical tensions, we've got high inflation, it just came off the back of COVID. How are we going to harness all that energy we got and turn it into the next big, great thing? And that's been an embracement of this concept of automation to the next level.
Well, and I'd love to hear more from you about that because as someone...
Yeah, because we've been doing it for 10 years. So,
well, yes, and also there's a lot of cocktail party chat, but it's good to hear from someone who actually has a programming background. But just on the NYSE business briefly, I mean, so there's been this enormous growth, this almost this magnet for capital around the world, and I mean, it feels like you feel like that can go further, right? I mean, you've submitted this proposal to the SEC to extend trading hours to 22 hours a day, 5 days a week. First of all, just as a simple question, why not just go 24/7?
Yeah, it's actually a really important question. Our job is to do it in a responsible fashion. The reason why we're 22 hours a day, 5 days a week is, in our mind, the most important thing that underpins a highly regulated, transparent market is a clearinghouse. And DTC, the clearinghouse for the U.S. equities, is going to be open or is open 22 hours a day, 5 days a week. So we're mimicking their hours to, again, provide the most resilient, reliable, secure, guaranteed mechanism to, if you want to take risk in a U.S. name, you're actually going to get that trade, as opposed to where overnight risk, where you're not sure if it's going to wind up at the clearinghouse, is the trade going to get broken? Right. Everything that goes through our pipes will go directly to the clearinghouse.
So you're aligned with that?
Correct.
I mean, then we hear a lot, I mean, I'm based in London, we hear constantly about companies that are thinking about shifting their listings to the US, going public in the US. I mean, with those trading hours, do you not then... Is the idea that you then become sort of more of a global market for people who are based anywhere can be traded in New York?
I mean, potentially. What we have seen, the dynamic we've seen over the last couple of years is an increased amount of activity and demand generated by people in other parts of the world to have positions in U.S. names, U.S. listed names. So that was really what prompted us, after working with DTC to extend their hours, what prompted us to announce our extension.
Yeah, I think we'll be watched with a lot of interest in other parts of the world. The obligatory question for the head of the New York Stock Exchange. I mean, we've had this period of very strong markets, market activity. Normally, that would be associated with an increase in IPO activity, and it's picked up a bit this year, but it hasn't really. We're nowhere near back to the levels we were before.
Yeah.
So what do you think is going on there?
I think we need to recalibrate the levels before. Right. So in addition to having a computer science degree, I also have a degree in statistics. So I'm like numbers person 101. I just like numbers. So if I think about 2020 and 2021, that is one end of the bell curve. That's an extreme scenario where you saw a tremendous amount of new issuance. People were taking advantage of the public markets and the increased valuations to have exits. 22 and 23 was the opposite end of the bell curve, where you had very little issuance, really due to the volatility, the geopolitical issues, the uncertainty around our own economy. Is there going to be a recession? Is there going to be a hard landing, soft landing? I mean, that was the cocktail party conversation in 2022, right? So I think as a result of the U.S. economy continuing to show its strength, inflation coming down, jobs continuing to be created, the recovery of the U.S. economy, 2024, you saw a lot of green shoots. So if I look at year-to-date through September, we raised as much capital in the U.S. markets that we had in 22 and 23 combined. Okay? That's setting up really well for 2025. So all of you in the audience say, okay, what happened after September? What happened after September is the election. The election added a whole bunch of uncertainty. So Fed decreases. We saw some question marks in June and July. Is the consumer really as strong? Are they not as strong?
So you saw like a temporary pause over the summer, a little bit of a comeback, really fueled off of that 50 basis point move in September. October was strong, but companies had the window within October to get out, and then they said we're pencils down until post-election. Moving through to post-election, there was a decisive result, which I think probably surprised people, and there was a lot less volatility, and the market reacted really, really positively. We think the reason people haven't gone out in December is because of the returns that have already been generated in the market. So, again, back to numbers. In an average year, average election year, the S&P grows 12.5 or around 12%. This year, it's up 28%. If you're a long-only fund, you probably just want to lock that in, right, and just end the year. So we are shaping up for we think, a really active 2025.
Right. Good to hear. There's a lot of discussion about private markets.
Yeah.
And companies can raise money privately, stay private much longer, don't need to go public. And we're even seeing in London and elsewhere people creating venues to allow private companies to sort of get some liquidity for their stock. Is that a threat to your business?
I think the private markets are incredibly important because the public markets are not a place for the guy or girl who's got the Series A new incubator idea. It's just not. The public markets are going to measure them on profitability, a variety of other KPIs. But in terms of incubating that new idea that's going to change the world, that is actually absolutely where the venture money, where the private equity, the sponsors should be focused, and that's who really should be focused on that. I think when companies come to market, because of what you point out, I think when companies come to market, they're going to be better public companies. I think they're going to be public market ready. They're going to either be close to profitable or are profitable and have been profitable already. They will have done a variety of earnings prep, mock earnings calls. So they'll be ready to enter the public markets. So I think it continues to be working in partnership with the private markets more than anything.
Because you still hear from companies sort of this trope about maybe also a cocktail party conversation, or it was a couple of years ago, about the burdens of going public and the disclosures and the filings and the reporting requirements. And if you don't need to, why would you do that and stuff? Is there more that needs to be done, do you think, to make it easier for people to go public?
I think that I do. I think that you continue to put taxes, additional tax on a company. Your path to profitability, going back to what I said, is going to be very different if you've got additional costs, right? I mean, there is the profitability, there is the cost side. It's not just about revenues. So I don't know what's going to happen, though. It's important in my mind to balance regulation with transparency. All the financial disclosures, that's good. People should know what companies are doing. Companies should be fully transparent. It's just, what is that tipping point when transparency is, you've achieved the goals of transparency, so don't put the extra burdens on companies. And I'm confident that at some point the market will figure that out. The administrations will figure that out.
You have some hopes for the new administration?
I mean, I think it seems to be an area they're focused on. I don't know. Right. I don't know. I wish them well, and I know we'll be chatting with them like we chat with every administration.
So, quick just question.
A lot of questions coming in.
I know, they're
Holy cow.
coming in. But quick, just on the question there about carbon markets. Should the NYSE play a bigger role in terms of legitimizing carbon markets?
So for those of you who aren't aware, NYSE is owned by a company called Intercontinental Exchange. Intercontinental Exchange is a pioneer in energy markets.
company got started in 2000 by a gentleman named Jeff Sprecher, who was looking to add transparency to the power markets. Today, when we say energy markets, that includes carbon markets. We run the largest carbon futures markets and carbon registries out there. So when we think about our energy portfolio, it's Brent, WTI, JKM, Japan Korea marker, it's LNG, the various LNG components, including TTF, which is the European natural gas, but then it's also the carbon market. So we think that there is a way to look at your portfolio from an energy transition perspective. And in our mind, our job, our North Star across the company is to add transparency to markets. We're not here to take views either way.
Right. So I just want to come back to the AI point, because you do have that background and that perspective and probably more depth of understanding of the topic. I mean, how do you think about that technology now in terms of your business and in terms of the way it's sort of filtering through the market?
So we think it's the next evolution, a variety of data-driven trends that have been in market for a while. AI is wonderful if you have really good trusted data under it. AI is not wonderful if you don't have good trusted data under it. So we tend to think about ecosystems at the most micro level. And in my mind, the most micro level when you're thinking about AI is the data you put into it.
And
so we tend to be very focused on data protection. Again, our North Star is focused on transparency of markets. The data privacy element is something we take very, very seriously.
Right. But I mean, so as a company, you would have been using machine learning for a long time.
We have. So yeah, we've used it from a cost perspective, an efficiency perspective. So if you take 2 steps back, the New York Stock Exchange, we've got our iconic trading floor. We've also got amazing technology, which we completed rolling out at the end of last year. Today, we process 750 billion incoming order messages a day. An incoming order message to us is a buy signal, a sell signal, or a match trade. We can't surveil that with people, just people. We need AI and machine learning to help us with that big data set that lives on our premise. So we've got really good AI on top of that really big data set that helps our regulatory team surveil the market. From a transparency standpoint, going back to ICE, Intercontinental Exchange, we've been using AI to add transparency to energy markets for around a decade. It's not just the benchmarks, the energy benchmarks I talked about. It's the various delivery points around the globe. I think we have 2,000 different energy products. When you have that many energy futures, they're not all the same level of liquidity. So in order to add liquidity to those products, we've had LLMs, which enable traders to figure out where fair value is, and then automatically submit those trades to our secure trading and clearinghouse, both of which we own.
So as the technology develops, what are the things that you're paying the most attention to? Like what are the areas that you're watching in terms of?
It's moving super fast. The data protection elements, I would say the biggest thing that I'm focused on, that we're focused on. So how do we take all the benefits of AI, but responsibly deploy it to add automation while keeping our data safe and secure?
Right. Yeah. Well, from the Reuters perspective, we understand that issue very well. A question here about crypto and Bitcoin. I mean, there's been obviously some developments. The Bitcoin futures were introduced, Bitcoin ETFs. There seems to be an expectation again from this administration that we might see some more developments there. What have you got planned?
So we started a company called Bakkt at our parent company. Gosh, I would say 2017 or 2018, which was the institutional delivery of Bitcoin. we've been looking at this space since 2015 when we made the investment in Coinbase, an early stage investment in Coinbase. We're no longer a shareholder there. In 2016, we started working with the SEC on the rollout of the Bitcoin ETFs in partnership with Grayscale. Mm-hmm. We were proud to bring those to market, the first Bitcoin ETFs to market earlier this year. So we've been waiting for there to be clear regulatory guidelines set for this asset class for some time. I think that's probably what is fueling some of the euphoria in the markets now, is that, okay, there finally will be some clear regulatory parameters set for crypto in this next administration.
And then more opportunities for products trading on exchanges.
Yeah, we're always focused on adding new innovation to markets.
Okay, I think we're just about out of time. That was short but sweet. So thank you very much, Lynn Martin, and thank you all for
thank you.
Listening. Let's go that way.
This way.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Peter. Right, back to policy. We've spoken to a number of European ministers over the past couple of days. Foreign Minister in Latvia, the defense, or soon-to-be defense in Lithuania, Ukraine, the US relationship, China, all hot topics. Please welcome another European minister now, Spain's Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation is JoseManuelAlbaresBueno. He joins us virtually now and is in conversation with Reuters news editor for the US and Canada, Kieran Murray. Come on up, Kieran.
Hey, everybody. So I'm delighted to introduce you to Jose Manuel Alvarez, who is in Rome at the moment on a state visit with the King and Queen of Spain. Minister Alvarez, how are you?
Very well. Thank you from Rome.
Great. Thanks for joining us. I wanted to jump straight in, if that's okay, with Syria. Some dramatic events over the last week or so. A very fluid situation, which I think the consensus is represents, great opportunity, but also great risks. What do you think the West needs to be doing now to maximize those opportunities and minimize the risks?
First of all, it's something good that Assad is not any longer there and that dictatorship has ended. But we must be very cautious because we don't know yet how the future will be. The very first step of what we can call the new authorities doesn't look bad. The first things they are doing, the first things they are saying seems fairly reasonable. For me, and I've been talking with European colleagues and also with colleagues from the Middle East and the region, there are several red lines, or at least very clear topics that we must put at the table immediately if they want to engage with us. First of all is that the future of Syria must be peaceful, and therefore we should see what is so far a military movement to be transformed into a political movement. Secondly, the future of Syria must be peaceful, inclusive, and respecting the rights of minorities, whether ethnic minorities or religious minorities. And of course, the respect of human rights broadly must be included. And the third and last topic, or red line, if you want to call it very bluntly like this, should be territorial integrity. We must do as much as possible to make sure that if the new authorities respect the two first points, we help them to keep territorial integrity, and there are no pockets or regions or parts of Syria that are under different groups. We need a peaceful, respectful and inclusive for everyone Syria that brings stability to the Middle East and that doesn't add stability to a region that is the last thing they need.
Okay. All of those requirements will take time. It will take time to prove those things. The new authorities will need time to prove that. Is there not something the West should be doing now to encourage that, to maybe drop the designation of HTS as a terrorist group, maybe free up some of the sanctions, drop some of the sanctions? Are there things that the West can and should be doing now to facilitate that progress, or is it too early?
There are two things. No, it's not too early. I completely agree with you. We must move very fast because in a month, probably decisions will have already been taken in Damascus, and we will not be able to have the impact that we can have today. Definitely the debate of sanctions, it's at the table. Sanctions, at least for European Union countries, come either from Security Council resolutions or through decisions that we take in Brussels. I'm sure that both in the UN and in European Union, we are going to have that type of dialogue. And the second thing, if they want, and they are showing that they want to engage with us, let's do it. Let's do it quickly, but let's do it clearly, explaining this, not waiting for that. Spain has an embassy that remains open. Right now, our chargé d'affaires is in Beirut because of security reasons, but my idea is to make him go back to Damascus as soon as possible to see how things go, to convey this message and to say, if you followed online, we will help you to reintegrate Syria into international society.
Okay.
Once again, I'm very cautious about everything.
So bearing in mind that caution, is it not yet time to drop the designation of HTS as a terrorist group? Or is it time to do that?
We must have that debate. And we must have, first, if you want to put it, very squarely, foreign policy is never as square as I'm going to tell you, we should have a first conversation with them, tell them that, see their reaction, and immediately after have that debate among us to say collectively we lift or we don't lift.
Okay. In the last few days, we've seen Israel make military strikes against Syrian military targets. Is that helpful, or does that hurt the process here?
I understand the legitimate concerns of Israel concerning Syria, and of course, the fact that there can be weapons of massive destruction, like chemical weapons, for instance, is an unacceptable threat to anyone and an unacceptable threat to Israel. But in this very moment, I think everyone must show restraint. The risk of fragmenting or destabilizing Syria is very serious at this very moment. And Syria is a big country with a lot of influence in other already destabilized countries. We must show restraint.
So your request there, just to be clear, is that Israel hold off on those attacks? That you think that it's time to...
That anything that Israel does takes into consideration the possibility of fragmenting or destabilizing Syria, which could be no good for anyone, especially for Israel.
Okay. Just quickly, is Spain going to continue with the asylum applications from Syrians? I noticed that most other governments in Europe have either stopped or paused those. Will Spain continue?
We are going to continue. I had a conversation with the Minister of Interior. The requests and the demands of asylum seekers from Syria in Spain are not very significant. If there could be a dramatic change, we might review the policy. But as today, we continue.
Okay, great. I want to move elsewhere in the Middle East and go to Lebanon, the Hezbollah-Israel ceasefire. Just quickly, how is that going and how do you see it? Do you feel comfortable that it's going to hold?
We hope so. We are going to do as much as we can. We think it was a wise and just movement, and it should continue. To bomb the heavily civilian populated areas is unacceptable and is against international humanitarian law. And on the sake of this protection of Lebanese civilians, on the sake of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon, and on the sake of Israel's security, we must do as much as we can to reinforce UNIFIL and the Lebanese armed forces so they can move to the south. That will guarantee sovereignty and territorial integrity of Lebanon, protection of Lebanese civilians, and also the legitimate claims of security for the Israeli civilians in the north of the country. And people will be able to go back to their houses at both sides of the blue line.
Okay, just quickly on the UN force in South Lebanon, which has been commanded by a Spaniard. Given Israel's attacks on those forces, and given the involvement of the US-led monitoring mission, what is the correct role now for the UN-led mission that a Spaniard is commanding at the moment? Does that need to change?
Absolutely fundamental. I think it's essential to the security of everyone, also of Israel. And I want to make very clear, attacking UNIFIL, attacking a UN peacekeeping force is not only unacceptable, it goes against international law. And therefore, Israel, we have said it publicly and officially many times, must stop doing it. On the contrary, UNIFIL is a source of stability for everyone, can help the Lebanese forces to move to the south, can help therefore to the security of Israel.
Okay. What do you feel is necessary at this point for an effective ceasefire in Gaza?
I think that Israel takes the decision. I think it's high time for that ceasefire. 45,000 civilian Palestinians killed is more than enough. All civilian infrastructures are completely destroyed. I think it's pointless to continue going on. Of course, we acknowledge the right of Israel to repel a terrorist attack. Spain has been under terrorist attacks for many decades, but this goes well beyond the reaction against that terrorist attack. Is an attack on civilian population with no discrimination. And at the end, to give peace and stability and security to everyone in the Middle East, including Israel, we all know what is the solution. The two-state solution, a state of Palestine, living in good neighborhood and guaranteeing mutual security with a state of Israel and prosperity to each other.
So on that point, President-elect Trump takes office next month. And he already has a pretty strong relationship with Israel. He has pretty close ties with the Saudis. And there will be a realignment there of US policy. Do you think that opens the prospect does that improve the prospect for a reasonable peace in the Middle East? And where do you think that leaves the Palestinians and the Palestinian state?
We'll judge the new administration that how they start to move in the very first day. In foreign policy, I can only base my judgment on real deeds. Everyone knows, as I was saying before, what's the real solution. It has been negotiated between Palestinians and Israelis many times through the recent history. The only thing is now to have the courage and the political will to implement it. And I think is the best way to meet justice for the Palestinian people that must not be condemned to be eternally a refugee people, destabilizing countries and being very harmful for themselves. And also, once again, the legitimate claims of security of Israel. When I talk with my colleagues from the Middle East, from the Arab countries, all of them tell me they are ready to normalize relationship with Israel the very minute there is a state of Palestine. So I think it makes sense, and we can really create a regional security system for everyone, including, of course, Israel, that is also the Israeli people are friends of the Spanish people.
Okay, on that point, Spain earlier this year, along with Ireland and Belgium, recognized Palestine as an independent state, and also suggested that the EU suspend the free trade deal with Israel. It encouraged other European nations to follow suit, which didn't happen. It appears that Spain was out of step with its European allies on that issue. Was that a mistake to push that early in the process?
No, I mean, there is a mistake on that. There are already 11 European Union states recognizing the state of Palestine. 145 states in the world doing it. So the exception is not to recognize Palestine today. Spain has gone into the mainstream, the common sense of the international community, and now it's almost half of the European Union that is doing it. What we want it is through the EU-Israel Association Council, through that agreement that has a human rights clause, to have a dialogue with our colleague from Israel on the respect of human rights in Gaza, which is, I'm seeing, if it was not satisfactory by European Union standards, see what we could do to improve the situation. Once again, everything Spain has done, every decision we have taken, including the recognition of the state of Palestine, it takes also into consideration, of course, the right to exist of Israel, that we uphold, the security of Israeli people, the right of Israel to defend itself against a terrorist attack. Of course, we acknowledge it and we uphold it. We have condemned the atrocious terrorist attack of Hamas many, many times. But we also think that the best way to give stability and peace to the Middle East is that state of Palestine, and that there is a matter of justice for the Palestinian people.
Okay. Because we don't have much time, I want to jump fairly quickly to Ukraine. Again, President-elect Trump is coming in next month, and as we all know, has promised to fix it within 24 hours. Is that possible? And is the framework that you are hearing around, the Russian position, the Ukrainian position, Trump's apparent position on this, does that open for an acceptable deal for the EU and for Spain?
I really don't think it's possible to make peace in 24 hours for one reason, because Vladimir Putin doesn't want peace. The only one talking about peace is President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people. He has put a peace plan. Every time I hear the Russian talking about Ukraine, the word war is there. We will never lose this war. We will never abandon this war. We will never give back. So I don't see that peace has any space in the mind of Vladimir Putin. That's why I think it's impossible to make it in 24 hours. But one day there will be peace. Who must decide what's the content of that war? Peace, negotiation. I think that only the sovereign, democratically elected government of Ukraine, the government of President Zelensky, is entitled to do that. I don't think we should do anything about Ukraine without Ukraine. And if you allow me, without the European Union either. But because as the United States, we have been supporting Ukraine. We have been putting 14 packages of sanctions, giving weapons, giving financial aid, and therefore we must have a say also following and after the one that really must have a say, the people and the government of Ukraine.
So the 24 hours is something of a false construct, right? You can say that it can't get done in 24 hours. Do you see any conditions for a fairly quick resolution to that conflict? Or has Trump and his team, have they got that wrong, and they're going to have a rude awakening when they start talking seriously with Russia and Ukraine?
I think there are two things on the idea of a quick deal or peace or negotiation. First, we should see if we give the same content to the same word. When we say peace or negotiation or deal, we understand all the same thing. The second thing, once again, we are talking about a sovereign country. We cannot come from the outside and tell them what you have to do or not to do. And I'm not sure that they would follow any advice. And this is not what we want, because if Russia wins a war of aggression, the world will be less safe the next day, because that will prove that wars of aggression in 2024, they pay off. And the most important thing, when I hear also in Europe talking about a deal or a negotiation, we assume that if we talk to President Zelensky and he would accept, the deal would be done. What about the other side? I don't see them in a mood of any deal. For them, so far, negotiation looks like capitulation is the only content that they want to give. That's not a negotiation.
Okay. Regardless of that time frame, does it feel to you now that NATO membership for Ukraine is essentially off the table, or is that still something that can come from this conflict and any negotiation?
Well, during the summer, in the Washington summit of NATO, we were very clear about that. There is a path towards membership, but right now, what we are focused is helping Ukraine to win this war. And any other debate, I wouldn't say it's superfluous, but it's secondary. We need to focus in really immediate short-term needs that they have on energy supply, because Russia is destroying completely their energy capacity, and this is also against international law to massively destroy civilian infrastructure, and second, to provide them with the military equipment that they need to continue defending their sovereignty.
Okay, thank you. Minister Alvarez, thank you so much for your time. Have a great night in Rome. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Kieran. Thank you to the Minister as well. We change tack again now to retail. How are retailers adapting to the new consumer revolution is the title of this session, post-COVID, of course. The moderator is Vanessa O'Connell. She is Reuters Global Industry Editor, and I will let Vanessa introduce her panelists. Come on up.
Hi, welcome to the consumer panel. We have a couple of questions that we're going to ask our panelists, who have very generously agreed to be here and have traveled quite a long way. My first guest for this discussion is Barbara Martin-Coppola, who's the CEO of Decathlon. Decathlon is a very large French-based sporting goods retailer with 15.6 billion euro in revenue, which is $16.9 billion. And I also would like to welcome Ryan Bergen. He's the CEO of Divert, which creates technologies to prevent food waste. Let me start with some current event questions, both in France and the US. And then we can maybe get around to the sustainability side of consumerism, which is also a very important topic. So Barbara, pressure is mounting on Macron to name a new prime minister in France. Has the ouster of the Barnier government affected Decathlon's business there?
It's a really good question. The situation is right now unstable. And I would say there is a lot of questions on the outcome for 2025 and the stability that, an important country such as France and Europe and the consequences for Europe are. That said, sport, and especially the end of the year and the holidays, has been actually a bit of an outlet for mental health and a positive way to actually unleash, get out anxiety and feel good about, life and uncertainty is actually a mechanism for helping people through these difficult times. And so we've seen an acceleration of business, which is a bit of a counterproductive idea, but this is what has been going on in France, in Europe, but also in other parts of the world, such as China, India, being very strong economies.
How are people, what are they doing? Biking, running, what are they doing?
Well, running is super, super big, that for sure. 2024 has been an incredible, since COVID, I would say, it's been an incredible increase. People are running and running more and more. Outdoor has become a little bit more subtle than what it used to be during COVID times. Cycling, even if there's a lot of stock, after COVID in the market, really interesting movement on subscriptions and renting equipment for electric bikes. That's really booming. And the last is fitness. Fitness at home, fitness, going to different places and being with other people and feeling that connection is working really strong too.
If the political instability lasts for a long time, and it's not just a near-term situation, how will that affect decathlon, do you think?
I think it can definitely have an effect because the loss of confidence of people will be there. And when you think about it, sport can be seen as a leisure. Now, the trend in the market that we're seeing is more and more sport is equal to wellness. And so it's becoming a little bit less of a leisure and a little bit more of an essential thing to do. Movement to feel good, movement to be connected to others, to oneself, to the mental health. And so it's actually becoming, a more important trend in society, which is a good thing to see. Moving to have health and to even prevent illnesses. Doctors, prescribing now sport and getting people to move in order to avoid problems down the line. So, yeah, hopefully this trend will continue and for the good of societies, people all over the world.
I have a couple more France-focused questions, and then many other subjects to cover as well. But given that France doesn't expect to have a 2025 budget for a while, what kind of impact does that have on decathlon?
Well, France is one of the big countries for decathlon. And so any sort of slower spend in people's lives and in their daily lives will affect or can affect decathlon. Now, it's interesting because a lot of the growth is coming from China, from India, Spain, Germany. So the diversification of the business being in 70 countries actually helps a lot. So if there is a bit of a slowdown in some parts of the world, we can make it up in other parts. And so it's a bit of a balancing act, if you will. And hopefully stability will come back to France in a fast way for the good of Europe as well, and the confidence that there needs to be in order to build a better world in these times of uncertainty, but also opportunity, together with allies all over the world.
With decathlon being in more than 70 countries, can you provide any specifics on how the political uncertainty in France might affect decathlon's investment decisions? So how does that play out?
Well, I would say the uncertainty in the world is posing questions around manufacturing in different parts of the world. So there is more and more local production for local sale in the country. For instance, in China, 94% of what we sell is produced and designed in China. It's the same in India. The regulation is actually making India being closed to imports more and more. And this is happening, with tariffs, with conversations around Europe. So there is a closing up happening. And so it's a very important moment strategically for global businesses to understand where the world is moving and how to continue operating for the good of the business and also not closing the door in different parts of the world. So we definitely have a lot of conversations with governments, but also with consumers to understand how to play in this environment, and questions around manufacturing back in places like North Africa to be able to be right in front of Europe, 3D printing, other ways of actually not being dependent on different places, in a more globalized world,
So maybe less outsourcing in some ways and more nearshoring?
Nearshoring is important. Now the cost of nearshoring is higher. And so, but there's new technologies coming and there's new materials. And with a lot of the circularity possibilities that there is now, then having the possibility of recouping things in the place, reconditioning them, repairing them so that they come back to the market, nearshoring actually makes a lot of sense. So new business models are changing the world and are allowing actually for deglobalization has an effect in a positive way to more circularity, which is good for the planet and good for sustainability.
I want to come back to China and also to tariffs for sure, but and two more questions on France. Decathlon sponsored the Olympics in Paris, in 2024 this year. That was the first time that Decathlon sponsored the Olympics. What kind of return on the investment did you get for that?
It was an incredible visibility for Decathlon. The 45,000 volunteers were dressed in Decathlon. And it was quite an iconic, colorful, beautiful, sustainable equipment, which was completely recycled, and it was made actually in a super low carbon intensive way. And so it actually helped visibility for the brand globally with, I would say, a piece of garment that was really thoughtfully done in a practical way, but also in a symbolic, sustainable way. It was one of the most beautiful adventures. The Paris Olympics were beautiful in many sense in the midst of Paris with, the world having tensions and everybody actually through sport being together and moving forward. So there is a pride of having participated in such a beautiful global event and wanting to actually continue participating in such symbols of peace and symbols of, important humanity movements that I hope make us bond and reflect a little bit of what kind of world we want to build.
Do you know if it moved the needle on sales, on Decathlon sales in any particular products? And if so, how much?
It definitely moved in a positive way, double-digit growth for the brand overall. So we offer 80 sports, and I can tell you across the board, it had a big uplifting, and not only in Europe, but globally.
One more question about France. The French are saving at levels that have not been seen since the 1970s. So have you noticed that at Decathlon? And if so, how is that affecting your business?
So Decathlon is positioned to provide accessibility for people to do sport. It's democratizing sport. So it's really this idea of thinking everybody should be able to move and to actually have the benefits of movement for health and for the connection to people and the planet. And so through that, the fact that the entry point is actually quite accessible. And now there is more and more business models that help subscription, rental, repair. It's actually open up the gates to even more people to go and try different sports, to kids, to also elder people to go into sport because of longevity. So it's beautiful to see, actually, all this movement happening, and it's been quite positive for Decathlon globally to be positioned in a way that is not just performance. It's actually, wellness, and is inviting more and more people to participate.
Have you had to lower prices?
There's been, definitely after COVID, there's been a lot of stock in the market, a lot of cycling equipment, but also a lot of outdoor equipment. So the stock levels were high, and I would say 22, 23 were heavy discount years because of that stock environment. And I will say 24 is more of a stabilization year. So the stock levels are starting to be good, under control, I would say. And so there is a little bit less of heavy discount going on globally, but a lot of circularity models increasing really, really fast. And so just to give you an example, 1 bike out of 4 right now are being actually, they are through subscription models. So instead of buying the bike for your kid or buying your electric bike, you actually do a subscription.
Cool.
And so this is coming back, refurbishing, and then again for somebody else. There's a big trend happening in the market.
Where are you seeing that mostly playing out? In Europe or?
China and Europe, in a lot of different places. It's places like Germany, France, Spain, Italy, and it's inviting more consumers to participate. And so the accessibility is actually playing out in a different way.
How much is a subscription in France? I'm just curious. For bike.
It's actually around $10 a month, and so you can pay for X time, and if you want, it just gets renovated. And then, the network of stores is 1,700 stores, and all of them have repair shops. And so you can come, you give back the bike, it gets refurbished, life is extended or given to somebody else. And so it's really becoming, a hopeful movement, I would say, because decarbonization is real and because it's more accessible for a lot of people to be able to participate in sports. So
very cool.
Good one.
Ryan, begin. I have a current events question for you, too.
Oh boy.
U.S. Kroger-Albertsons failed merger, which has played out, so an important development in the retail world. What are your thoughts on who's going to benefit from that and who will lose out from that? Consumers, retailers, and how does that impact food waste? But let's just start first with who the winners might be of this failed merger between supermarket giants.
Very, very difficult situation. So that's a failed merger after 2 years of them trying to find ways to work together involving CNS as well. I think the U.S. government looked at that situation and said that with food inflation and the environment that we are in, the risk is the consumer would be the loser. And so I guess the flip side of that is the perception is that the consumer is the winner by that failed merger. Just looking at the stocks, Kroger was up, Albertsons was down yesterday. And then this morning we heard Albertsons is now suing Kroger to recover some of their costs, looking at maybe $1 billion that have been put into the merger. So maybe the winners on that side would be the lawyers who certainly profited. I think when you look at food costs in the U.S. and what has happened, and maybe go back to 1950. So 30% of our disposable income in the U.S. in 1950 went to food. Today, that number is 10%. What we've seen over the last 2 years is food costs have increased somewhere between 6 to 7%. So on a 10% increase to now going up that 6 to 7%, it's a huge impact. If you are paycheck to paycheck and you have a family, that's a very difficult situation. So I think when the government's looking at this situation of combining two very large retailers that have a very strong presence across the U.S., both customers of ours, so we kind of think about this maybe as like warring parents. Maybe it was a failed engagement. We support both, we love both, but we're here for them, and we're going to continue down the path of sustainability. I think the commitments within their businesses to sustainability remain. It'll be interesting to see what happens maybe over the next 6 months to a year.
And how about, so losers of this deal could be, how does it affect food waste, let's say, of the failure of this merger? Will that affect food waste at all, which is, I know, the business that you're obviously in?
Yeah, so food waste in the U.S., roughly a third of everything that we produce and grow in the U.S. ends up in a landfill. So both companies are battling this. Both companies are incentivized to fight food waste. So if you look at food on a per pound basis, today we process about 600 million pounds of food waste in the US, with a leading food waste processor in the country, expanding our solutions nationwide. That is to support both retailers and others, Target, Ahold Delhaize. But food waste is a tremendous focus on both sides. So Albertsons and Kroger, their approaches are a little bit different, how they go about it. But at the end of the day, there's a question here: how do the companies use AI? We're using artificial intelligence to approach the data gathering, the metadata that can come off of wasted food. So we have facilities across the country where we are taking food waste, we are processing that in a way that allows us to produce renewable natural gas through a process called anaerobic digestion. We're able to rescue the nutrients, we're able to rescue the water. Everything that went into that food, we're able to divert from landfill and bring that back into the food system. So during that process, I think one of the most impactful things that we do as a business is offer diversion solutions to companies like Kroger, Albertsons, Target, and others, where if you pull food waste out of the waste stream, and this is true for your house, any business, a restaurant, and specifically grocery stores, you look at that food differently. You can now start to measure, you can understand the why behind food. So from an artificial intelligence perspective, it's the data capture on, are we marking food down? Are we trying to move food through the front door? Are we donating food? Are we seeing food at our facilities that should have gone into the food donation system rather than being recycled? And those are things that we are absolutely committed to with our partners.
It's interesting that you've said, you asked the question, are we marking food down? Do you mean that are retailers slashing the prices on food that's about to expire or go bad?
Correct.
Is that your
Yeah.
question?
So one of the things, if our program, incredibly impactful for store managers. They'll go into a store. The first thing they're going to do is look into the divert bin that's sitting in the back room. And so this is all the food that by employees has been deemed cannot be sold, cannot be donated. And so they're going to go into that bin representing thousands of dollars of food. Average grocery store, roughly 650 pounds per store per day. So it is a tremendous amount. It's a lot of value. You're talking the average grocery store has a net profit of about $40,000 per month. That same grocery store will buy and throw away $40,000 of food. So we could double their net profit if we can eliminate wasted food. So inside that bin, if you're a store manager, she walks in and she's going to look, what are the date codes? Are we pulling food off of the shelf? Are we donating? Do we have food stable items or shelf stable items that could have very easily gone into the donation system? And then do we have markdown stickers? A 50% coupon on a food product makes food more accessible. It can bring folks into new products that maybe they haven't experienced and move that food through the front door. On a pound basis, average price for food is about $1.75 per pound. If they can move that through the front door, that is savings. It's an impact on their gross margins. If they send it to us, you're somewhere maybe 0.8 cents per pound. So it's more impactful for us as a business to help our retailers be better retailers, help them move food through the front door.
And Divert is private equity owned, correct?
We are.
Where does Divert's revenue come from?
So right now, our revenue is on the front end. We have a subscription fee for our partners to be on the platform. We will charge them a nominal fee per ton to process food that can't be sold or donated. So that incentivizes us to help them keep food in the food supply chain. We're kind of the end of that food supply chain, if you will, that if it can't be donated, if it can't be sold, we then receive it. And then we're going to do something better with it. Part of the next revenue stream would be producing renewable natural gas. Today, partners with that, British Petroleum, Enbridge has committed $1 billion into the business to expand what we're doing across the country.
Very cool. Very innovative. How is Decathlon approaching sustainability, Barbara?
It's a very, very, very important strategic pillar for Decathlon. So the first one is by 2050, finding a way to be neutral. And so for 3 years now, we've been decoupling the growth and the CO2 emissions. And how are we doing that? Well, redesigning every single product. So through materials, but also 45 countries of production, and actually having partnerships with all the different production partners to have green electricity and to lower and find new ways of actually producing. And then that combined with circularity that I was mentioning before, it's actually having that decoupling effect that the teammates in the business and myself are so proud about. And so how to diversify, if you will, the revenue streams of a retailer is an important consideration in that decarbonization. And saying, okay, we can sell new products, but there are services of repair, there is subscriptions, there are services to help people do more sport. And so when you think about it, there is a lot of different ways that can secure the revenue growth of Decathlon, help people be healthy and move, and at the same time getting to those targets of 2050.
Barbara, you're also one of the few women CEOs in France, based in France. Is that a big responsibility, and how are you attempting to increase women leaders within Decathlon?
Yes, I'm together with the DIG CEO, some of the few CEO women in the sport industry. And I came in Decathlon from outside. I was working for IKEA before, and I was in the tech industry before. And so it's a big responsibility, and I take it very seriously to help out more women be in the consideration set and in the possibility of having, responsibility roles. I have a daughter, I have a son, and I have this opportunity to actually help society evolve. And so my CEO role is helping Decathlon, but through Decathlon, helping society be more open-minded and having actually more opportunities for women, for diverse people, thoughts to emerge. And so at Decathlon, even if one of the biggest growth in the sports world is actually the female sports, that reality wasn't exactly present inside the house. And so there's been a very big evolution towards providing more equal opportunities to all people to get to the place where IKEA was. At IKEA, and myself coming from tech, where women are still a bit of a minority, getting to IKEA and seeing 50% from the board to all levels in the company, and seeing how positive that was, for me, there's not a coming back. So there has to be an evolution towards what I've seen, the benefits are for the company, but also for society overall.
Decathlon has set a target of 50% women in leadership roles. Is that the correct target? Through the company?
The whole company.
And how close is the company now to reaching that target?
45% are now women, which was really not the case 3 years ago. And we're seeing actually different reactions, in the new leaders in the company. Sometimes even a bit of hesitation to take some of the leadership roles by certain female candidates, to then see that they excel and they're really good at it. So one of the philosophies at Decathlon was to actually give an opportunity to people because they have potential, simply. And so the idea of she is not ready is not a valid one, because we create an opportunity and then she needs to prove that it works. And it has been actually a beautiful ride for many people to actually see that they're not only able, but they bring a different perspective, and it's a good thing for the whole company to move forward. So very proud of that.
I'm going to take a question from the audience on Slido. For you, Ryan, what are your views on whether food items should be taxed?
I might change that to taxes are usually to disincentivize something. So cigarette tax or sugary drink snacks or beverages if you're in New York. I think it's more about looking at our waste system and valuing food in a different way. So in different parts of the country, the waste system is overburdened. Here in New York in the Northeast, we export our trash. We export our trash to North Carolina, South Carolina, West Virginia. We do not have a sustainable waste system in the United States. We have about 17 years left of landfill capacity, and we need to make investments to reduce what we are producing as a society for waste. We also need to provide the infrastructure necessary to have sustainable solutions that provide long-term solutions to waste, not just short-term. Burying it into a hole is probably one of the simplest things we could do. Terrible for the environment, methane emissions from landfills, leading greenhouse gas emissions in the world. If food waste was an emitter, it would be the third largest emitter of food waste after the United States and China. So we need to find incentives, and taxing is an appropriate method to incentivize the right investments. On the other side of that, we do get tax credits for building our facilities. So an average investment for one of our plants is about $100 million. There is the investment tax credit through the IRA that we're able to participate in, and that brings investment dollars from parts of the economy to help solve food waste that you wouldn't expect, like the energy sector. So Enbridge and BP, big investors into Divert and our solutions, our platform, and then bringing in capital from outside, like Singapore Sovereign Wealth Fund, are also attracted to using those tax credits and participating in the growth of infrastructure to solve a real problem.
So you mentioned the tax credits. What other policies could maybe move the needle on this food waste problem?
Food waste bans. So recognizing that we are constrained from a landfill capacity. New York has some early stages of a food waste ban, Massachusetts, California, Washington State, but it also requires strategically thought out food waste bans. So on the West Coast and maybe going to France in 2016, France passed a law that food that can be donated can no longer be thrown away. So it is now a regulated stream. California took that and they produced SB 1383 that then incentivized or then maybe compelled generators of food waste to not only keep food waste out of landfill, but they have to decrease what they're sending to landfill and recycling by 20%. So they have to build out these strategic food donation outlets. We do that with CVS for about 1,000 locations. We do it with Target. We do it with other partners. We're one of the very few companies in this industry that Feeding America has stepped into a relationship and certified what we do as a business does have an impact on that. So it's really a diverse approach to a really complex problem when it comes to regulation.
I'm curious to ask you how you would compare the food waste problem with the textile waste problem that we also have. What are the key differences there?
Maybe some similarities. Food, our packaging now on food is more prolific than ever. If you go back to plastics inside of non or artificial fibers within clothing, makes it incredibly difficult to recycle, to recover those fibers. Cotton is obviously an organic product. We can do more things that are more sustainable with cotton, more expensive. The same thing on food. If the food system today, the average pound of food travels about 1,500 miles to get to our plate. So 1,500 miles means that we are putting more energy into our food. We need more sustainable packaging. Maybe nothing more infamous than the English cucumber. The Canadian Agricultural Department studied the English cucumber because it's something they can grow in a greenhouse, so they can grow it locally. So they're solving that transportation problem. but the cucumber itself doesn't have that natural barrier. So what you'll see in the grocery store is this plastic sheathing around your cucumber. They did a life cycle analysis, which I think is incredibly important, to look at the carbon impact on that plastic on the cucumber, because it's very unlikely to be recycled. And what does that mean for our food system and the energy put into our food? And what they determined is this is actually the right solution. So it is very nuanced. It does require a very analytical approach to understanding the decisions we make in our food supply chain. I would take that and apply it to what we're doing on our clothing. I think fast fashion, I think the durability of clothing, I don't know about others, but finding a tailor and somebody who can sew is very difficult. So repairing these things as well, I think, is the life cycle of clothing, very tied to food as well.
I think we're almost out of time, but let me ask you a question, Barbara. I know you said, how many production sites do you have at Decathlon?
Oh, it's 45 countries, and it's in the thousands, actually, around the world. Yeah.
What are you making in the U.S., if anything?
We're manufacturing in Mexico for now, also in Colombia. And so there's different parts of the value chain for different sports. We were talking about textile, for instance, and I just wanted to add that there's a lot of innovation going on to actually be able to recover the fibers and actually use them again. And one of the companies we invested in is called Unspun. And they are able to produce actually pants now that don't have the sewing, which means that you can actually recover the whole fiber in the pants and make another one. They have a contract now with Walmart for millions of pant production. They will be working with Decathlon in Europe to actually do that as well. You can see how the production happens in the place where you sell it. And so there is like the industry actually moving to find solution to a manufacturing process that hasn't evolved much over a long time. And so taking it and completely rethinking it, because it is a huge problem.
So the company that you invested in is
Unspun.
And where's it based?
It's based in California. It's a tech company, actually, that is completely rethinking the weaving through machines that they engineered themselves. It's actually quite impressive to see. And so they're able to do pants now to the shape of your body as well. So they can mass produce, but they can also have it like exactly to your own fitting. So you can think how that, together with the shoes, with a lot of R&D happening, so that imagine one day you don't need to be buying a shoe size of X, but it will be a shoe for you and your fit and unique conditions. And so with a lot of innovation to be able to recycle the whole shoe, which was not possible some years ago. We have a shoe called the One Shoe at Decathlon, which is actually one of the more affordable shoes. And you can just literally take the whole shoe and recycle the whole thing. And so no more glue, which was the problem for not having the recyclability of shoes. So there is movement and there is hope, and there is a lot of people in the industry thinking how to actually get to a manufacturing process that would be sustainable for people around the world.
I'm curious to also ask you about China, which is another major market for Decathlon.
Yeah.
There's been an enormous slowdown in demand in China among Chinese consumers. How is Decathlon adjusting its strategies to deal with that?
Well, there's been a slowdown, but not in sports. So the party in China decided some years ago to do a big push, for the populations to do sport, especially the youth. They decided to stop a lot of the academic activities that they were doing in the evening and heavily push sports. And so to give you a bit of an idea, In 1 year, there were 260,000 sport venues created. 1,600 new sport companies are creating per year in China. And names that you might or might not know, such as Anta, Li-Ning, are actually becoming powerhouses that are much bigger than Nike, Decathlon, Adidas are in China. So there is a true revolution happening in China, not only for health, but also for cultural identity and for somehow being present in the sports stage in the world. And we can see it in the Olympics, for instance, being a very, very important move for China and for its inhabitants. So thanks God, it's been going well. It's one of the highest growths for decathlon around the world. And it doesn't seem that it's going to be slowing down anytime soon. Cycling actually being one of the big revolutions. Electric bikes and the fact of having less pollution in the cities as well. With electrification happening not only in the cars, but also in bikes overall. So a huge movement at a speed that I haven't seen in other places.
You mentioned Nike, which has a new CEO. Do you consider Nike a direct competitor of Decathlon?
Nike is a brand that we deeply respect and that I hope will continue doing well. It's going through a little bit of a rethinking its strategy, went D2C very heavily, and now is coming back to wholesale a little bit. So Nike designs its product and then manufactures and sells the product. Decathlon designs its own products and manufactures and sells the products. So there are similarities. It hasn't been the same segment. Decathlon has been positioned much more in the entry segment, while Nike is more higher end. But now we have a new brand called Kipran, who is around running and shoes and is more positioned in the higher end. The durability of it is actually the best in the industry. And so you never know, how the movement will be. But definitely, in the world, Decathlon is committed to continue developing sports, and Nike is right there in some of those sports.
Well, we're almost out of time, so I have one last question for both of you. It's a really tough one. Ryan, what is the biggest, you mentioned the cucumbers earlier, but what is the single biggest item of food waste specifically that you are seeing?
Strawberries.
Really?
Strawberries have a shelf life of about 5 days. So when you buy a strawberry from the grocery store, you should get 5 days at your home. What's really interesting, if you spend time in California, the fruit tastes better because it's fresher, because it's not driving 3,000 miles across the country. So when you transport food, think of the supply chain and the care that's put into strawberries. Driscoll Strawberry will harvest strawberries to time it with the rain, the climate, because they know that if they pick it at the right time, they can get an extra half a day to 1 day of shelf life. So what ends up happening with that fruit is as it works its way through the supply chain, it gets to the grocery store. And this is where the role of AI and IoT come in. If you leave strawberries on the sales floor and you're just shelving, or you oversupply on the sales floor, it's losing temperature, it's losing freshness, it's losing shelf life, and all of that results into waste, whether it's for us at the grocery store or it's for the consumer at their home.
And one last question for you, Barbara. What is a top-selling product at Decathlon in 2024, and how much does it cost?
Well, there is actually one item that is really iconic for Decathlon, which is an innovation. Is called the 2-second tent. So you actually go like this, and you get the tent. It's been one of the big selling items actually throughout history, and it continues to go really, really strong. But there's been a lot of sales of Olympic gear, There's been, high growth actually in outdoor as well. Decathlon is one of the top players in outdoor globally. And the last piece is cycling. So Decathlon being also world leader in cycling. Cargo bikes, so you can transport your whole family in the bike. And there was this incredible selling where the kids go on the back and they go sort of like on the bike and are looking at you in front. It's been one of the biggest sales with high margin as well for Decathlon. It started in the Nordics and now it's actually taken by storm, the whole Europe and China as well. So, yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you so much. Thank you,
you,
Ryan. Thank you. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
A lot of good information.
Thank you.
Talk.
Thank you very much indeed to you as well, Vanessa. Right, we have one final interview before we take a lunch break. It's always a good way to gauge the views of the corporate world, I think, to speak with prominent CEOs who travel the world, speaking to their clients, speaking to their peers. BNY CEO Robin Vince is one of those CEOs, and he is now going to be in conversation with Reuters financial industry and financial markets editor Paretosh Bansal. Come on up.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Robin, for joining us at Reuters Next, and thanks to everybody who's stuck around. I know we stand between you and lunch. We'll try to keep this engaging. So Bank of New York Mellon was founded 240 years ago by Alexander Hamilton. It is the oldest U.S. bank, but I think because it's not a retail bank, it's probably not as well understood. So just to give you a little bit of context here before we dive into it, I kind of think of Bank of New York as providing the essential infrastructure to enable global finance to operate. And in fact, I've heard Robin say the bank's role is to enable the movement of money and assets globally, and it touches about a fifth of all investable assets across the globe. So it provides a really crucial function here. I've also heard Robin say that you're in the business of preparedness, that you don't get to be this old and survive this long without being resilient and without being prepared for different risks. So let's start there. Tell us, what are the top 3 things Bank of New York has done to prepare for a second Trump presidency?
Well, first of all, Paretosh, it's great to be with you. It's great to be here at this event. And telling the story about what's going on in our company is always fun. As you said, we've operated across 4 different centuries of U.S. history. A lot of our business is international, but 60% comes from within here within the U.S. So we're always preparing. We've prepared for a lot of different administrations over the course of 240 years. And so this is not a new concept for us to be able to be ready. And the bottom line is our businesses are designed to help our clients, just as you said, be able to navigate the world. So making sure that our businesses are poised to be able to capture what we expect is going to be a pretty growthy time over the course of the next couple of years, hopefully over the course of a longer period than that. That's really what we've been poised to do. And so preparing for growth, preparing for activity, our business is connected, enabling capital markets. Those things are all important and they're exciting.
Got it. So I understand you've been traveling a little bit and you've kind of obviously talked to clients throughout globally. So tell us a little bit about what you've been hearing from clients about some of the sort of changes here, some of the state of the global affairs, but also how does that sort of, where do you see opportunities for BNY to grow from what you're hearing?
Well, over the past few weeks, I've been in Europe, I've been in Asia, and I've also been in some different parts of the US. And one common refrain that
as folks look at the US is just this point about the US exceptionalism that's really prevailed over the course of recent times and is expected to continue, maybe even accelerate into the future. And that's caused a lot of other governments and companies around the world to reflect on how they can participate in that and how they can take advantage of it, really. And so it's been a bit of a wake-up call, I think, for quite a few governments around the world to really recognize that what matters for what they want to achieve for their populations, ultimately is growth matters. Because creating growth pays for other things. And so whether you're a European government that cares passionately about your entitlements program, your services that you can provide to your population, growth pays for that. And in the US, where we've seen the energy independence, where we've seen the availability of labor, we've seen innovation, we've seen the wealth effect, we can see the benefits of what all of that actually enables. The US consumer's resilient. The US economy's been more resilient than most people expected. And so these things, the common denominator there is enabling commerce, enabling growth to unlock opportunity.
Got it. So coming back home a little bit, do you, like with all the sort of the regulatory agenda and conversation and the sort of policy noise coming out of the incoming administration, do you think Trump's going to be good for the US economy?
Well, I think growth is good for the US economy, and President-elect Trump's been very clear that he believes in growth. He believes in unlocking the opportunity for the United States in the world and creating those set of good outcomes for the people of the United States. And so we're pro-growth. Our clients want growth. They want to be able to use our platforms to be able to take advantage of the opportunities here. And I think other governments around the world, you can already see the early signs of it. They're paying attention.
Got it. So I'm going to turn the subject a little bit more to geopolitics in China. So we broke a story this morning, I'm not sure if you saw it, but basically saying that Chinese officials were considering depreciating the yuan. And this is in response to sort of fears of what might happen out of the US. Talk us a little bit through that. What do you think? I mean, are we kind of at the risk of returning to beggar thy neighbor kind of policies, that hark back to the Great Depression era? Like, are those kinds of risks front and center for you?
I think front and center of what you just said is countries care about being competitive, and they care about being able to make sure that they are participating in the consumer spending, in the investment spending, and that's really a common denominator, what I think of what it is that you're talking about. It's important to be competitive as an economy in the world today. We've seen Europe having struggles in that regard over the course of the past few years. Their GDP growth has been about half of the growth of the US. And as a result of that, companies have been investing more into the US because they see the opportunity there. So I think for any country, including China, the need to be competitive in the world is just paramount these days.
But do you think this kind of sort of tit for tat or sort of rising protectionism in the world, does that kind of complicate the way you sort of operate businesses? Like, how do you sort of navigate that? What advice are you giving to clients?
One person's tit for tat is another person's being able to make sure is they're prioritizing the growth in their own economy. And I think you have to recognize that any country's primary obligations to their own people, and they're obviously trying to make sure that that is enabled. But we benefit, and our clients benefit from access around the world. We benefit from trade. We enable trade. We enable capital markets. We enable investment and the movement of money and assets, as you said at the beginning, around the world. And so our challenge with our clients is to make sure that we're helping clients to be able to access all of that. And we serve clients who are in that business in China as well as Europe, as well as back here in the US, where we've seen some of the greatest inward investment and focus from international clients.
Now, one last question on China for you. Like BNY, this is also 30th year for BNY in China, right? Like you've had a long presence there, doing sort of ways, providing those kinds of services in that market. Are you rethinking that in any way? Does this kind of change in any way with the new administration? What's your kind of, again, scenario planning there?
Well, Well, our primary purpose for being is to serve clients. And so we have US clients, international clients who do business in China, who need help with transacting. And we also have clients who need to be able to navigate on the export side as well. So we are about global growth. We are a US company, and we certainly see opportunities all around the world. And we're also long-term. So we think about how the world evolves over a long period of time. We don't just look at what's going to happen in the next 12 months.
Got it. Moving a little bit to crypto. Today, I think Bitcoin was again above 100K. Is BNY trying to get a piece of that?
Well, we're always interested in the megatrends that are occurring in the world. And so tick through, there's a long list of megatrends these days, public to private in financial markets. That's important. The different forms and wrappers of financial assets. Once upon a time, it was all mutual funds. Now more ETFs. In the future, more separate accounts. And I view tokenization and the technology that underpins it as being another of the great megatrends of financial markets. By the way, it's not the first time through our history that we've seen these types of evolutions of technology. You know, once upon a time, it was quill and ink and a ledger. Then it was computers and spreadsheets. And so does tokenization, smart contracts, DeFi, do those represent a new technology? Sure. Will that technology come to dominate the financial services industry? I don't know. But we've been investing in it. We've got products and services. We're live for custody of crypto assets. We're live for tokenization. We're participating in those things. We serve a lot of different companies in the space because we look at these trends and we attach ourselves and participate in what might come to be. I think it could become important. I think it'll take time, though.
Just on crypto sort of trading, and there's been a lot of ask from the industry for banking services. Do you sort of see regulation changing on that front and banks kind of being able to hold and trade crypto assets more?
Holding and trading crypto is one piece of it. There can be a lot of fixation on that particular point, but we provide services to crypto companies. They need traditional financial services as well. And we're also investing in being able to provide a full range of services to digital assets once they're in tokenized form. We already do it for custody. We can custody tokenized assets, and now we're looking and participating in a variety of pilots around issuance platforms and other things. And so given the nature of who we are and what we do all around the world, it's important to be part of that. We're excited to serve a lot of those companies today, in some cases, in significant ways.
So I want you to put on your risk hat. You were a long-time Goldman risk chief as well, and clearly being in the business of preparedness, you think about it. As sort of crypto, traditional finance gets more enmeshed with crypto, do you see any financial stability risks increasing, or is there sort of any sort of worry about that happening?
Well, look, on the one hand, cryptos for some things is a wrapper for something existing. So if you're talking about a true crypto coin like Bitcoin, it's a new innovation, it's different. But some other tokenized assets are essentially different wrappers for what would otherwise be called a security in the existing world. Now, the advantage with tokenization and ledgers can be it can create more efficiency and services around it. The ability to deploy smart contracts programming around a tokenized asset is really quite interesting. And so that's an interesting innovation. But look, anything new needs to be a little bit battle tested. So we'll have to see how some of these things, and we don't battle test over the course of a few months or a year or two. You have to see things go through cycles. We've seen a couple of cycles already in crypto. We'll have to see how some of these assets evolve. But sure, there are always risks. Things have to be done in the right way. They have to be done sensibly. They have to be done with the appropriate guardrails. And so we're a firm that innovates. We like to lean in and try new things, but we also like to make sure that we're doing things smart and safely. And I understand the regulatory perspective, which is to say, you know what, we got to make sure that we do it well. And we've seen the impact of not doing it well with some other companies.
But in terms of what you're seeing out there right now and some of the calls for it, and maybe it's a little bit too early, but do you see sort of anywhere where you see a cost for alarm in terms of the kinds of interconnectedness that's being built between traditional finance and what's pretty much a pretty volatile asset?
Look, again, it comes down to good risk management. Would you want a bank to put all of its reserves only in Bitcoin? That doesn't sound super smart. I think we learned the lesson of good asset allocation and diversification. We learned that lesson a long time ago. There aren't that many things that you'd say you want to put all of your eggs in one basket. But having the ability to participate in the technology, in tokenization, as part of a new way of being able to drive financial markets, certainly it's possible that the world could evolve that way, and so we're investing in it.
Okay. One quick other thing on AI. I know your firm's experimenting and using it in various ways. Can you sort of tell us, is there any top area where you've seen its promise really come through? Like, has there been somewhere where it's been really successful or really, in terms of either saving you money, in terms of productivity gains, in terms of getting more revenue? Like, has there been a standout area so far?
Yeah, we see a lot of promise in AI. I'm part of the group that would say it's one of the most exciting evolutions in technology that we've seen in a long time. And I think, like many other big inflection points, other people sometimes talk about electricity. I agree with that as an inflection point. When electricity was first deployed in street lights and the light bulb, I don't think most of those people involved could fully have appreciated the ultimate importance of electricity into all aspects of daily life of people these days. The refrigerator as a concept, air conditioning, the ability to live in different ways, electric cars. Those things weren't even imagined at the time. And I think AI has the potential to follow a similar track. There'll be things that we look at today, but it's hard even to imagine the things that might follow over time. So with that said, yes, there are specific things that we're doing. I'm very interested in AI. We've invested significantly in AI as human leverage. And so machines have been providing physical leverage to humans now for a pretty long period of time. Steam engine, manufacturing, cars, etc. This is human leverage, intelligence leverage, augmentation, the ability to do more things more productively. I think that's very exciting. And so I see the opportunity, and we are investing in, and we have tools live that create more leverage for our people, that create solutions for clients and insights in data for clients that otherwise would have been almost impossible to derive through traditional means. We've built ourselves an agentic framework that leverages all the large language models, but we now build, and we have thousands of people at BNY who are now enabled to be able to build and commission agents to be able to help them with their daily tasks. And so we're at the very beginning of this journey, but I think it's going to be pretty exciting.
Got it. I think we're almost out of time, but I have to ask you this question before I let you go. So a few months ago, I kind of learned about this rather interesting side hustle that you have, that you own a farm and you sell hay. And I heard it on an interview you did with David Rubenstein. My question I've been meaning to ask is, why hay? Why not tomatoes or strawberries or apples or something else?
Gosh, okay, so you're now going to get deep into farming.
I knew there would be a really thought-through answer to this question.
Hay is a pretty easy crop to grow in the grand scheme of things. There are a lot of things you can get wrong about growing crops, and I don't hold myself out as one of the world's greatest farmers, but it's hard to mess it up with hay. So maybe there's a little bit of risk mitigation associated with making sure that there's a good crop every time.
Got it. Thank you, Robin. Thank you so much for being here.
Good to be with you, Paratosh. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much to Robin and to Paratosh. Right, we're going to take a lunch break. If you're registered for either the What's Next for Sustainability or for AI roundtables, they're going to be in the workshop rooms, so head that way. Lunch is being served just outside in the foyer. We're going to be back here at 2:30, just a few more panels to go. We'll look back again at AI, and we'll finish up with a fireside with Lazard's chief executive, which should be good. We'll see you back here at 2:30. Right, welcome back, everybody. We're on the final stretch, and we start with AI. 2 years since the launch of ChatGPT, we ask now, what are the benefits of AI really, and how is the return on investment? These are questions this next panel plans to address head-on. Jeffrey Dastin is a technology correspondent at Reuters, and I'll let Jeffrey introduce his panel. Come on up.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey. I cover technology for Reuters, and I'm so excited. This afternoon session is actually an amazing session we've got here on trying to dissect where AI is really delivering value for people. We've got a great panel, including Sachin Dave Dugal, CEO and chief wizard, as you say, of Builder AI. We have George Matthew, managing director of Insight Partners. Anima Anand Kumar, Caltech's Bren Professor of Computer Science and Computing and Mathematical Science.
Thank you.
And we have Rob Sherman, Vice President at Meta. So I know we're here to talk about the transformative power of AI, and we've all been talking about this for a little while, but I have some bad news. Let's just have a little fun with this, which is there are some cracks starting to show in a lot of the ways that these frontier AI companies have been building their foundational technology. There's these things called scaling laws. We've all talked about them, and basically the idea is throw more data, throw more computing power at an AI model, and it's just going to keep getting better. So now that we're starting to see maybe some questions about whether this method is going to continue long into the future, is the AI revolution over before it started? Sachin, you want to start?
Wow. That's a punchy question to start with. So I think you have to look at this at multiple vectors. I think the first vector is what happened in November 22. It wasn't like transformer models were invented. They've been around for almost a decade. Computational conversation's been here since the 1930s. I think what you saw was a massive shift in user interface. Suddenly, the most complex piece of software on the planet, you were communicating on a system that looked like WhatsApp, which, by the way, is down right now, but feels like WhatsApp. And it was just very odd because everybody could use it, everybody could interact with it, and it had like human-like qualities in how it conversed. But what we really saw was a transformation, was conversation was a principal user interface people wanted. So I think from that perspective, we've just started. But the other thing that often reminds me, the second vector I'd look at this from, is it reminds me a lot of when AOL launched the internet. And everyone's like, oh my God, the internet's here. Actually, the internet's been here for a while before then. And so it was really how it was being packaged. And you think about those technologies like, I remember Rail Player. And it was like the promise of video streaming. And you're going to watch a movie, and then you click play for a 30-second clip for 30 minutes, and you saw a grainy clip. In the world of Netflix, where is it? It's not anywhere. And so in that perspective, I say we're really early. Like we don't even know how this thing is going to evolve. And then I say the third, I think, sort of to your point, the third vector is, what's the actual use case? You know, I meet a lot of customers around the world, and they're like, you know, we have a billion minutes of a conversation, Sachin. I'm like, no, you have about 90,000 unique minutes that are repetitive and slightly adjusted every single time. So why are you solving for 1 billion minutes when you need to solve for 90,000 minutes? And so that use case mapping to the real power generator, we haven't seen it yet.
So pivoting on that point, I think people are still excited about the use case, but I think in this room and lots of other halls we've been in, people want to know how much money they'll save in particular. And we can get to cool applications of AI in a second. But if we just want to be sober about this, clear-eyed about where we currently are, you know, could we talk about how much money someone has saved to date with this new wave of AI that we've seen so far? So I mean, so for instance, Meta, you know, has made its Llama AI models available, open weights available around the world. Is there any example of a company or an institution that's using Llama and you feel that they're actually helping their bottom line at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really, I mean, going to your earlier question, and Sachin, you made this point too, you know, we're at a really exciting pivot point, I think, in the growth of AI as a technology. And you know, I've been at Meta for almost 13 years at this point, and AI has been a part of the company for really all of that time. And you know, that includes, you know, obviously we've been talking about generative AI over the past year and a half, 2 years, but also things like deciding what you see in your newsfeed on Instagram, or you know, helping us to find harmful content. Like these are things that have been AI driven for a really long time. And so I think it is exciting that we're, you know, on the cusp of a novel user interface and novel capabilities and these sorts of things. But one thing that actually just happened this past week, we released Llama 3.3, so the newest version of our open source AI, or large language models. And what I think is actually really exciting about this, and to your point about sort of where the efficiencies come in, is we're starting to see, you know, models that are highly, highly capable, both in text and also in other ways like multimodal capabilities. But what's actually happening is that people are able to then take those models, and we're releasing them in ways that are much more efficient. So it isn't just large companies with large data centers that are able to use it, but I actually just saw that, you know, even in the week since Llama 3.3 came out, there was a developer that built a cluster of Mac Minis and ran Llama 3.3 on Mac Minis. And so you start to see that, you know, as this technology enables people to scale in lots of different ways, I think one of the exciting things is that it's actually becoming available to everyone.
So in other words, the answer to a computing shortage is we just have to fetch the Mac Minis and run Llama. That would be one possible way forward.
Well, I mean, presumably there are other ways than just the Mac Minis, but
MacBook Pro.
But I think it's interesting, though, also to see the range of people that are using this technology. And so obviously I spend a lot of time thinking about Llama, but if you look across the ecosystem, we have a program called Llama Impact Grants, which basically finds people who are doing interesting things with Llama and helps support them. And so there are large companies like, you know, Oracle is doing a bunch with the US government, for example, on using Llama for aircraft maintenance and support for that. But then there's also the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, which got one of our awards, which is using it to match people with cancer to clinical trials. And so you start to see these things where some of it is cost savings, some of it is actually being able to achieve computing gains and make connections and build support for things that wouldn't otherwise be possible.
So I actually want to come back to those use cases, but first, George, George, do you want to speak to any portfolio companies of yours, ways you've seen them evolve since the ChatGPT moment, and any cost savings you've seen from the startups?
I'll highlight a few things that we've noticed at Insight. So just by way of background, Insight is now about $100 billion of assets under management, making us the largest software-focused private investor in the world. A lot of our time is spent across early stage growth and buyouts. And when we think about the entire portfolio, there's a tremendous amount of opportunities that are being played out, particularly when it comes to AI. And specifically what we're seeing is the introduction of more reasoning engines and the ability for the models to go beyond just cognition and knowledge and going into long-form reasoning. And that happened this past year. I think we're underestimating how much, even if the models don't tremendously increase in terms of its knowledge and cognition, the amount of reasoning capability that's going to emerge is pretty significant. And there's other places that we do, by the way, see models improve, like multimodality, but I'll get into that in a moment. But in the point of efficiencies right now, the thing that we're noticing is there is a tremendous amount of existing work that can be reformatted and reimagined using the combination of the LLMs out of the box that you have, as well as an agentic workflow associated with it. So one of the investments I made earlier this year is in a company called Crew AI. Turns out it's one of the fastest growing open source projects for building a scaffolding for multi-agentic systems, like uses Meta, uses OpenAI, uses all the foundation models as well as other models that are not necessarily focused on building, say, for instance, an LLM, but more of a deterministic model, and they can actually orchestrate all those things together. In the case of Crew, they have over 100 million agents already deployed in production as we speak. Open source, right? But still. And what's the benefit of some of these agents that are in production? Well, now we're starting to see full reimagination of entire back office functions as well as front office functions. So in the case of Crew, they focus on taking all of the RPA, the robotic process automation work that you had to typically handle on an exception basis and send it to a human, and now you can route it to a reasoning engine that has human-like responses associated with it. And that's happening today. If we think about what's happening in the front office, entire roles are being replaced as we speak. So at Insight, we invested in a company called Relevance AI, and it turns out that if you're building front office digital workers, complete synthetics, there's no human involved to have the conversation with a customer in terms of what that interaction might be from an SDR, BDR standpoint, you can actually now do that with a synthetic digital worker. And that is replacing a human doing that work at 1/4 of the labor costs. And literally that's how it's being priced, at 1/4 of the labor costs of what an SDR would actually be in the market. And so we're seeing those productivity gains. I think, I'm happy to get into some of the productivity as well as some of the cost savings, but the cost savings are already here and the productivity is already here. We're just not paying attention to what's actually happening under the covers as much.
And just a quick follow-up question. Is there, for instance, enterprise customer for either of these portfolio companies who is piloting the back office or front office tech or actually rolling it out?
All the above. All the above. I mean, one of the biggest bulge bracket banks that we happen to know quite well, they do a lot of IPO issuances. You can probably guess which one it is. It's one of 3 or 4, right? They're now deploying 41 LLMs into production alongside of an agentic reasoning underpinning. So this is happening as we speak. Most of it is actually playing out in a lot of rote manual back office functionality that you can now reimagine, almost kind of reformat the rules that built those back offices with reasoning engines. And that's happening not like in the future, that's happening now. And we're just not paying attention to it.
So Anim, I want to bring you into the discussion. So if the tech stays where it currently is, kind of like we were talking about with the scaling laws, do you see a continuation of this trend that George is talking about? Do you see it still scaling up in terms of impact, not in terms of the technology, or are we kind of stuck? Like how do we even move forward?
Yeah. I do think the scaling laws have gone a long way over the last decade. And, for those of us who've been working in AI I've been working for 2 decades, right? So even pre-deep learning, so we've seen the magic of what scale can bring about. But the challenge, especially with language models, is the internet, while being large, is still finite. And also text, while being, covering a lot of use cases and knowledge of the world, is still not enough, right? So text is only high-level understanding. So if you think about asking any of these language models or even multimodal models to design a better aircraft wing or come up with a better medical drug, they can attempt to do it, and you see some cute use cases here and there, but that's not enough by itself, right? So text is fundamentally not enough to have the full understanding of the world around us, which is 4 dimensions. So 3 dimensions in space and also time added. So you have this dynamic world around us. If you want to, for instance, forecast weather, like what we did building the first high-resolution AI-based weather models more than 3 years ago when I was at NVIDIA. And with that, we were able to show how you can do weather forecasting tens of thousands of times faster than what was possible with traditional models. And so this is not just speed, right? Meaning you replace what was done on a big supercomputer with CPUs to a tiny, just single GPU on a desktop that anybody can use, which is great. But it's not only that. Because of this massive reduction in computing requirements for weather forecasting, we can now do extreme weather forecasts very well. So meaning hurricanes. Can you look at all different scenarios and create a statistical ensemble that is very trustworthy, so you can get the right probability of hurricane making a landfall, let's say in Florida, and do the required evacuation or so on based on that. And that's just one example. We've created a better medical device, a medical catheter that reduces bacterial contamination by 100-fold by having AI design it better, right? So, but this was done by AI fully understanding the fluid flow and how bacteria tend to swim upstream in the catheter, as opposed to mostly a high-level, understanding that ChatGPT has based on previous examples, but not the full mechanism of how the physical world is working. And I think that's a critical gap, and many applications, especially in science and engineering, that requires us to not just model what is known, but go and invent something unknown, right? That kind of leap can only happen by also adding in this kind of physical understanding.
So that's an area of research that's super interesting, and also is talked about by Jan LeCun at Meta and his way, the importance of the physical world into pushing AI forward. Is there a clear way forward in that research? Where would we get all the sensor data that would help propel AI forward in that way?
Yeah. And it's not straightforward, right? And if it were, it would already be done. I think that's just the first law of AI, I would say. And it's not just one of pure scale that will make the physical world understanding possible, because we don't have the internet of the physical world. There just isn't enough data to be able to model the complexity of these systems. For instance, in the case of weather model, what made it successful was there was careful curation of 4 decades of weather data, not just the raw satellite data, but data that was reanalyzed using the models from physics. So we need to go back to the laws of physics. We have fluid dynamics that is modeled by Navier-Stokes, which is a kind of partial differential equation. So there's so much knowledge that is available. It's just not in the form of just raw data, right? So it requires more of what I call hybrid learning. So you infuse these laws of physics with limited data and come up with something that is better than what's possible with just traditional high-performance computing or scientific computing that uses no learning, no AI. Or if you try to train AI on limited data, that would just not be good, right? It would be a tiny model, it would be too narrow, it wouldn't generalize. So there needs to be more nuanced understanding of bringing the two together. And I think this is where I would also call it the end of what I call the regime of the bitter lesson. So this is one of the researchers in AI claimed that, the bitter lesson is just, stop thinking, right? AI researchers, the message was, don't be smart, don't try to design anything complicated, Just throw in data and make the model as general. Like what makes transformers good is they don't try to add in their own assumptions. They just go along with the data. But now in so many areas, that's not the case. And even with language models, what we talk about reasoning, there is improvement in reasoning, but that comes from doing much more structured kind of search, right? It's not just purely data in, insights out. And so we will see now a golden age of algorithmic development in AI, and that's the only way forward to me.
And do you want to jump in, actually, Rob? I know this is a little into the research field, but to the extent that Meta also, Jan LeCun has talked about the importance of the physical world to advancing artificial intelligence, and Meta is a software company. How do you think about, like, is it possible for Meta to be in that game and collecting all the real-world data to deliver on his vision?
Well, I think applying artificial intelligence to the physical world is going to be really important. If you look at, we're a company that's spending a lot of time thinking about things like augmented and virtual reality, and we just at our Connect conference this year demoed Project Orion, which is a set of AR-enabled glasses that are actually able to overlay digital content on top of the physical world that you can see. And so I think it is almost inevitable that we will get to a place as a society where we'll need AI that can understand and interact with the physical world. We already have kind of a rudimentary version of that, or an initial version of that with smart glasses that are out today, where you can ask them questions about what they see around you and they can use visual inputs. But I think you're right to say that the future of this is a much more sophisticated understanding. There are some early efforts that are ongoing. So an example for us is we have a project called Project Aria that we work on with a number of different research institutions that basically are glasses that they can use to collect data about the environment and start to train models to do this. But I think to your point, that's still very early, and there's a lot more work to be done there.
So to bring us back to the money a little bit, so we've talked about how to get data, which is not very, very non-trivial. But on the computing power side, at least until now, we've seen huge amounts of money spent to train these general AI models. And we've seen reports of Microsoft and OpenAI reportedly are going to build a $100 billion data center project with a supercomputer reportedly called Stargate, very expensive, futuristic things. And I guess, Rob, since you're in the hot seat, so Meta is in this frontier model race. Is it, from what you understand, is it the sky is the limit for how much Meta, for instance, might want to spend on AI, or do you see an acceleration in spending?
Well, I think that it is important to recognize there are a handful of organizations that are really able to build these models because it is both compute intensive and there's constraints on access to compute, and it's also very costly. And so, I think a big part of the way that we have approached this set of challenges, and you mentioned earlier that a big focus for us now, but actually, really over the past decade or so has been open sourcing. And so our starting point is we want to build models that are industry leading and highly performant and make them broadly available. So I think we're going to plan to continue doing that, plan to continue building advanced models and planning to continue open sourcing them with the idea that, yes, it's going to cost a lot to be able to build this, but ideally you do that once, and then it is a resource that the community can use to innovate and build on top of. And so hopefully as a community working together, we can manage some of the cost pieces of it, but I think it's going to be an area of investment for a while.
And Satya, when you look at the future, does the cost equation frighten you, or you think small models will be the answer?
I think it depends on how you define the problem, right? So, we see a lot of people using the word sort of cognition or thinking. I think you have to take a step back and say it's approximating to cognition. It's approximating to thinking. It's approximating to reasoning. And the reason I use that is because the current technology is like a forklift. So why are you spending so much money training the models? Because you're trying to get it to be a really expensive parrot that knows how to predict the next token because it has all the combinations of the tokens. But actually, that gets hugely disrupted the minute something can actually reason and not approximate to reasoning. The issue you have today is you're approximating to reasoning by giving every combination, saying, well, it must be one of these.
And and if you sort of think of that from an analogy perspective, it's like going from the steam engine to the electrification of the factory. Those machines used to be bulky, heavy, slow. You needed so many of them. And you're seeing a very similar parallel sort of unwrap right now. And so when you think about that and sort of how the technology gets used, this is why, and I think to your earlier point, it's really solid when you think about, like, how can it remove human variability? Let's just say you have a call center experience. It's a very confined situation. Now, people will say I have 1 billion minutes of conversation. No, they have about 90,000 minutes or 100,000 minutes. It's a much simpler problem. And in fact, some cases, it's not even 90, 100,000 minutes. It's like 10,000 minutes because your agent does the same thing again and again. The beauty we have today is you can actually parrot that. And it does a very good job because it's got guardrails around what it's doing. The minute you start making this thing bigger, and you see this in code, right? So my only experience in this is, what are we seeing in code generation? Because that was meant to be the easy solve. It's terrible. I did computer science at Imperial. I can write better code than OpenAI. And in fact, when I get stuff from it, I spend 3 times the amount of time trying to figure out where it went wrong. Now, if I ask it, give me a function that does X, it's outstanding. Could you help me do an analysis of the data to figure out where the fraud is? Appalling. And so, so what is that telling you? That the shorter the question, the tighter the context window, the more literal the answer, it's really a glorified search. And that's when it does outstandingly well. The minute you go from glorified search, summary, it's not bad. And now you start going to like creative thinking, it's awful. Because it doesn't have to be creative. Creative is a reasoning task. I'm sure the Latin for it is obviously to create something new, not to regurgitate what I've ingested before. And I think that's really the difference. And you're going to see this technology change so much, but it'll be so much more efficient from a power usage perspective. And I'd say the very last thing to you, which I think to me is where the shapeshift is going to come, is the more data you throw at the models, actually they don't become as much smarter. They get more polluted in some respects. And so what you're going to start to see people do is actually deduplicate. For example, today we use GPUs to train. Why are we using a GPU to execute? Really, you should be using inference to execute. It's so much faster. You look at what Grok is doing. So much faster, much cheaper, can execute a lot faster. And so you're going to start seeing that shift. And you move to inference, you're using 1/100th of the power now. So I want to pick on 2 things that you said. Maybe there's disagreement in the panel. Maybe George, I'm curious if your portfolio companies would see this differently.
We're a portfolio company, by the way.
Very good. Excluding Builder. So I guess you mentioned using AI models for code generation, and sometimes you see mistakes, and it would just be faster for you to do it yourself. So one of the things that's interesting about that experience and that claim is that one of the fastest adopted uses of this novel, so-called generative AI is in fact for code generation. And so it's GitHub Copilot was.
It's not code generation, it's code completion. Very different problem.
So walk us through the distinction.
So do you remember Clippy, the Microsoft Clippy from way back when?
I still use it.
Right. It's basically it's a glorified Clippy. I'm going to get shot by someone at Microsoft. It's a glorified Clippy. It's basically telling you what I think your next 6 words are. Now, you go to Copilot or you go to anything else and you say, write me a function that does X. It'll be pretty good. And so that's why you're seeing the order of improvement magnitude. I think the last data I saw was 22, 23%. So it's not like 80, 90%. It's 22, 23%. The minute you start saying, build me an application for a pharmaceutical to detect fraud detection or for a clinician to detect fraud detection, boom, it explodes.
Yeah, and you got to think about like who it really impacts right now. Like if you look at a code creation or code completion tool, to be more precise, they're really impacting like the level 1 developer. Like if someone who hasn't been building for most of their life but wants to learn more, wants to professionalize a little bit more, they go from level 1 to level 2 or level 2 to level 3. But when you start to look at the 10x developers, it's almost impossible for them to get any real benefit out of some of the tools that are in market today.
So I think, go ahead, please.
I was just going to comment on, indeed, this is a big problem for something like, code, right? Because there, you don't want mistakes to happen, and especially if mistakes happen over several steps, it just becomes completely garbage. And that's also the challenge with a lot of these agents, because the error buildup just becomes untenable, right? You need the human in the loop to correct every step before you take the next step. Otherwise, it's useless. This is where there are solutions that we are developing. For instance, in math reasoning, you can have verifiers, like what we call formal theorem provers. Lean is a very popular one, and we built the first open source framework around Lean, where you can now verify every step. So every step of a mathematical proof that any of these language models generate, you can now verify and certify it's correct or not. So this way, everything that is generated is 100% accurate, right? I mean, of course, it may get stumped and not prove anything if it's too difficult. But this is, to me, the only way to build the right foundation, because you're reasoning and having a kind of a guardrail that is a verifier that is fully accurate. So you're not allowing it to make mistakes, and this way you can now take many steps and be sure. And we've also launched a co-pilot in Lean that can now help programmers as they write code in Lean, but everything that is suggested is 100% accurate. And although this started with the math community, there's now a lot of movement to also have verified code development, right, or formal code. So, and this was an idea way back in the 80s where, the idea was even when you write software, it should be verifiable. And then people realized, no, this is too much work, this is too much labor, let's not do it. But if you ask about code that goes into Mars rover or, some of even the flight systems that need certification, you do have that in limited ways. And so to me, this could be language models enabling this kind of much more certified and verified code could be a future, because language models can get you a lot of those mundane steps done. And of course, humans, create a flywheel by adding more of it in a language like Lean. This is more futuristic, but I do see a path around these issues.
What I think is really interesting about this conversation is, each of you are talking about sort of different use cases. And I think actually one of the exciting things about the moment that we're in is that we're on the cusp of discovering a bunch of different use cases. And, one of the questions on the Slido I saw is sort of, what are the use cases? Are there really use cases for this technology? And I think what I take away from this discussion, which really resonates for me, is, if we think about AI not as a chatbot, but as a foundational technology that can enable scale, right? It can enable you to, we talked about code completion, or summarizing large volumes of data, or, on our platform, an advertiser might use AI to try out lots of different ad creative to see what actually works, something that you need to spend a lot of money on an ad agency to do normally. Or, you talked about customer support, right? A small business and running out of an apartment can get the ability to do customer support in a way that a large business would have to hire lots of people to do. So these are the kinds of things that we're starting to see in the market today that people are doing. And so I think it's important as we think about this and reason about both the business benefits, but also what we want to do to enable it, to think about this as foundational technology that can enable a lot of different use cases across the economy.
I guess, so the benefits, one of the benefits, obviously, we haven't explicitly talked about is revenue, right? So it's very great to have, to be able to work the algorithm, the AI model, so that it does actually do what you want in coding, or so it actually can be a creative partner, and it's not obvious. But is there one example of a company outside the tech industry? Obviously, tech companies are making money by selling subscriptions to their AI models and so forth. Is there one example of an AI company that is generating revenue because that company has integrated something like ChatGPT deeply into its processes?
So one of the areas that I'm really focused on is where services industries are being reimagined as we speak. And this is one of those areas where if you can start to introduce almost an imitation of human-like reasoning, if we want to use Sachin's words here, and replace the actual humans that are doing that work, we're seeing moments where, sponsor IBM, right? They announced just a few years, like almost about a year and a half ago, that they took 6,000 folks in a business process outsourcing back office and turned that into 350 people in a generative AI model. So those benefits are accruing quite a bit, particularly when you think about these large-scale use of human reasoning and human cognition being replaced by a model or an agent plus a model or some combination of those that are now taking the type of work that would have been done with large swaths of humans and now doing it with machines. And that's definitely happening.
So, Sachin, would you say that generative AI has led to more revenue for Builder AI?
Yeah, I mean, look, for us, and I wanted to touch on one thing from before because I think it's really important, is that it's not generally a generative AI problem. So, at Builder, we have a multi-avatar, multi-agent model, right? Assist platform, sorry. So on one hand, our AI, Natasha, acts as your product manager. Second hand, she has to become a designer. Third hand, she has to help complete code. The fourth hand, she has to do dev operations. Very different roles. But a center of how we think about the world is Legoification. What if this could be reused? Because the beauty with reuse is there's no error. We have seen this movie before. It's like the 2,647 Lego blocks that make up the tens of millions of Lego sets that get sold worldwide. There's only 2,600 of them. And then what you do is, what are you generating on top, which reduces the error. And so for us, the benefit has been we can create a piece of software, we can let our customers create a piece of software without being technical, and with roughly between 88 and 92% less human effort.
Right. So on that point, because you have been, your company has been helping people without any coding skill build apps for
Yes.
years prior to ChatGPT.
We were generation 1 of AI.
So would you say because of your kind of chat assistant Natasha, for instance, that you have more you can meet customer demand faster? Like is there a sales benefit?
Absolutely. So I'll give you an example. We can have a 45-minute conversation with a customer through Natasha or assisted by Natasha, which would replace 8 weeks worth of work. So I'll give you a really concrete example. I went to see a really large insurance company, the CEO. We prompted Natasha beforehand, gave her some information, and we were able to produce a 4-year strategy for how they'll think about reinsurance, automotive insurance, and more importantly, she came up with 6 ways they could remove 70 million Qatari Riyal worth of fraud. Accenture would have charged them $10 million and taken 9 months to do the same thing. We got there in a day. And I think that's the real power.
So we don't have too much time left, but I want to equip the audience with the power to navigate what could be a big hype question going into 2025. We touched on it very, very briefly, but it's agents, basically. So maybe in pivoting off of the Natasha idea, but the idea that there can be a computer agent that then, does everything that you would do on a computer, takes control of the mouse and takes action for you in addition to just helping you observe and understand the world. So George, I think you have a prediction that 2025 is going to be the year of agents. Demis Hassabis, who is the main AI officer essentially for Alphabet's Google, Google DeepMind, they had news today about previewing a future of agents. Again, 2025 is this agentic era. Is he right?
Yeah,
I'm not going to pick on you.
I mean, I think we'll see agents in limited settings, right? For instance, right after ChatGPT was released, we launched the first agent that played Minecraft and was able to do really hard tasks that none of the earlier AI models were even close to. So I think there is certainly the potential with both like agents along with this structured like reinforcement learning to do at the inference time to really improve some of these. But I think the question is really going back to what Sachin was also saying. Are there guardrails? I don't think it's going to be one where you just let loose this agent that does everything for you, and if it has to go do some banking transactions, no way. Yeah. Or it's so limited guardrails, right? So that's very important.
I think we're already seeing a limited version of agents because people are building chatbots. For example, in the customer support use case that we were just talking about, people are building chatbots that can help with order support and canceling orders and taking actions on your behalf. And I think you're right to say we should be thinking about it in the near term in a limited way, like a purpose-built agent that can do a thing or a set of things. And I think that will expand over time. But one of the big things that I'm excited about, and I think a bunch of different companies have been thinking about, is personalizing, not just sort of an agent that can do sort of everything for you everywhere, but that you can have multiple agents that can do different things. So you can have one that can help you with shopping, you can have one that can help you with your calendar, these kinds of things. And so I think that is, a realistic possibility in the near future.
I think that's right. I think the reality of this is not going to be this sort of generic agent that does all things for all people, right? I think we're going to see a lot more domain-specific outcomes. And it goes back to some of the points we were making earlier. You make the task more understandable, more targeted, more focused, and you're going to get better outcomes of your AI systems and agents.
What is the one agent that you haven't used before that you're going to use in 2025?
I think I'm going to, if I can play something for you, just to think it's a
Live
song.
demo.
Okay, we're over time.
But it'll be 2 seconds, you hear it.
2 seconds.
Four seconds. It's a 4-agent model. $100 to produce versus $100,000 of production time if you went to a studio. You'll get in a second.
Gonna get there?
It's going to get there. Give it 2 seconds.
Very suspenseful for the audience.
Build your tomorrow. Standing at the edge of possibilities with an idea that could change reality.
Entirely generated by AI.
To know the language of code.
Okay, well, now that we have this, now we all know how to make money with AI. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for our panelists.
Thank you.
Great, wonderful. Thank you very much, Jeffrey, and thank you very much to all your speakers as well. Look, stay where you are. Same theme now, how next generation AI can fuel fair global trade. It's an interesting question. Lee Turner is the Chief Executive Officer at Cooper, and Rochelle Carey will be in conversation with Lee in this interview held in partnership with Cooper. Come on up.
Hello, everybody. Is it afternoon? I'm losing.
It is afternoon.
It is afternoon, and it's dreary outside, but we're all inside. So welcome. If you're just getting here, well, second day. Welcome. AI is transformative. We know that. We have been talking about that for the last couple of days. Now we're going to talk about it in the context of global trade, where it is not just a tool, it is a necessity. It is literally reinventing how we do things from top to bottom. To talk about that is Lee Turner, the CEO of Coupa. We're going to address things such as how you get ethically sourced economic data, how you're trustworthy, how you do these things quickly in real time, how it's reshaping industry. She's the CEO of Coupa. I'm a leader in business spend management and an innovator in leveraging community-generated AI to fuel next-generation marketplaces. She's been with Coupa since November 2023. She also serves on the board of directors. This is what I was excited to say about you. She's also recognized as one of Canada's 100 most powerful women by the Women's Executive Network. I'm really excited to talk to you about this. Lisa, welcome. And doing my homework for this, I saw that before AI was AI, Coupa was there from the very beginning. How did that start?
Yeah, okay. So first of all, Coupa is an enterprise software company. I believe that enterprise software companies are responsible for trying to transform the way that things get done. That's our job. It's to revolutionize, not evolutionize. And so back at the very, very inception of this company, I was not there, I am told, but this is what brilliant founders do. They went to every single one of the early customers and every customer since, and they said, we would like to have permissioned use of your data. So permissioned use means that it's anonymized, it's structured, it's harmonized, it's protected, but they asked for data use, full data use. And in return, they said, we're going to provide you with the intelligence, data, that comes out of every other customer that participates in this network or on the same platform. And I think it's like one of the most amazing things about this company is that people said, well, hold on a second, like what's in it for me? And what's in it for you is that A, you can understand who's buying from whom in what allotments, at what price, to what degree it's safeguarded, what the third and fourth party risks are, what the trade flows look like. And as a result, you can make better buying decisions. That's what's in it for you. And every single one of our customers, we have 3,200 global customers, some of the world's largest, Walmart, Unilever, et cetera, all but 37 have said, we'll share our data with you. As long as we can trust you, you manage it with care, and you surface it for the benefit of better decisions by everybody in the community. It's really an amazing phenomenon in enterprise software. And I heard it said, and I can't reinforce it more, that right now, those who have great data, like permissioned use data, they're not scraping it off the internet. They actually have phenomenal data stores that are accurate and can be surfaced for the betterment of the whole. This set of incumbents have the ability to really do transformative things. And it's the first time in the history of technology that incumbents can be the disruptor. It's usually the inverse. And so
that you have such a head start.
It is,
everybody.
Right, that's exactly right. So AI comes from great data. You can't have great AI without great data. And when you have a head start as an incumbent, you can do things others can't. And you're responsible for doing things others can't.
That part. I'm interested in what you said, that the goal is to revolutionize, not evolutionize. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I can. So let's talk a little bit maybe about global trade. We'll begin there. Global trade is growing at a compounded rate of 14.5%. It'll crest $33 trillion this year. And we all know buying and selling anything is getting far more complicated. Sanctions and regulations jurisdictionally, the world is moving from something that was becoming quite globalized to being something that is much more nationalized. Trade flows are being jeopardized. Supply chains are more fragile. And really bad things happen when trade doesn't work. Like people get supply from third and fourth parties of their supply chain that are employing children, as an example. So trade done right really matters. It's critically important. And so if you can sit at the center of that, and I'll give you an example of what I mean. We've been, as I said, capturing trade flow data, in essence, for 17 years. We sit on $7 trillion worth of transactional data, and that grows by more than $1 trillion every single year. If we were a country, we'd be the third largest GDP in the world based on transaction volume. And what we do with that data is we surface recommendations about how to buy and sell ethically against appropriate regulations, against appropriate sanctions, against the right conditions in terms of labor and price and allotment. And so we think that we have the right and responsibility to affect better global trade.
And if companies want to know this information, it is there to be known.
It is.
They have to want to know it.
And every company that participates in it is willing to share that. That's the most amazing virtuous circle part of this.
I am interested to talk more about why being ethical in the use of AI, why it actually matters for the future of global trade. Why should this be top of mind for everybody?
Yeah. I mean, listen, first of all, as I said, if trade is done unethically, bad stuff happens. But in the age of AI, it's all about trusted data. Like, that's what it's all about. You can deploy a federation of agents against a data store, and the data's bad, and bad stuff happens. But if you have an excellent data store, it's clean, it's built over years, it's based on actual transactions. I'll give you an example. What's in our data? Well, purchase orders, sales orders, contracts, goods receipts, delivery notifications, invoices, actual factual data about what transactions have happened. Again, to your question about ethics, we're not grabbing data from anything but transactions that have happened between buyers and suppliers, and there's about 10 million of them that are, in effect, using this network as a place to communicate every single day. And so as a result, the AI can be ethical in this very highly protected data store.
Okay. How will AI agents and autonomous purchasing processes revolutionize the way transactions are conducted within this network?
Okay, so let's stop and think about it for a second. Again, let's go back to what's happening in the network. So you've got buyers and suppliers on either side. And as a result, as I said, you've got contracts, purchase orders, sales orders, delivery notifications, goods receipts. And when you have all of those things between a buyer and supplier, you actually know when a transaction can be completed, because you've seen all of the communication between the two agreeing on how a transaction will conclude. As a result of that, if you can imagine, the concept of an invoice doesn't even need to occur. It's a redundant process. You no longer need to create an invoice if you know that the transaction has been agreed to and the terms of the transaction are complete and goods have been delivered. An invoice is redundant. So imagine if we have $7 trillion worth of transaction data growing at a trillion transactions a year. And instead of doing that manually between a buyer and supplier with a piece of software sitting in the middle helping to conduct that, you deploy a federation of AI agents against that data, and you ask them to do what we do in part today, which is to match transactions when the conditions are exacting, i.e., I say I want to buy from X place in X allotment at X price. I explain the way that I operate regulatorily. And when that agent sees a match, they execute the transaction, they collect payment, and they close the transaction. That is totally and completely possible. And we do some part of that today. I'll give you a couple little examples. Microsoft, as an example, uses our technology. They've reduced their emissions by 60% as a result of setting conditions under which they will buy and letting the technology decide when and how they buy. We've saved our customers nearly $250 billion by doing this, by saying those are the conditions under which you want to execute a transaction, and we help them execute those transactions. But human beings being in the center of that is no longer going to be required. When that data store gets big enough, you can deploy, as I said, a federation of AI agents, and we do in part today, and allow them to enact those transactions. Now, here's the really cool part. If you set the conditions under which you will transact as a buyer or a supplier, a couple things happen. First of all, buyers no longer need to build procurement functions. Procurement today in most organizations accounts for about 80% of an organization's spend. So we imagine when you can eliminate, in effect, a procurement function, that what happens is you free up about $100 billion annually back into the pockets of buyers. They can make different decisions with what they do with that money. They can reinvest it and innovate and grow. And on the supplier side, it's almost 3 times as much. Because you can imagine, as a supplier, your greatest cost is sales and marketing. But if you don't need to sell or market, instead you just need to provide your goods in a listing, in effect, a LinkedIn to that network, and you can have your goods transacted under certain conditions, you no longer need to spend that money. So lots and lots of capital that goes back into reinvestment and innovation, but perhaps so much more importantly, here's what happens. Trades happen ethically. Third and fourth party transactions are visible, so the right people get employed. People who are involved in these processes get to go do higher order work. They get to be creative.
I like how you're bringing this back to people.
Yeah.
We're talking so much about, technology, but you've brought it right back to people, because what is it without that?
Well, I mean, this is all about building a better world, right? So we really do imagine that we have a responsibility to build a network that fuels the future of global trade and allows buyers and sellers to come together autonomously, frees up tons of capital, and lets people go back to doing higher order work, and allows the world to be a safer place.
I want to talk more about what you said about the advantages that incumbents have compared to the young upstarts. How do you all work together, though?
Yeah, that's an amazing point. And you can imagine, I guess, a variety of different things. First of all, we want to try and make this data store really useful. That's the single most important thing that we have a responsibility to do. So we spend tons of time with young technology companies and young founders saying, this is what we got. What could you apply to it to make it happen faster so that we can build a fairer, more equitable world at a faster rate than we can do it ourselves?
The way that you talked about how the world is becoming more, how global trade is becoming more fragmented, for lack of a better term. What role does AI play? And you touched on this some. What role does AI play in maybe lessening that some?
If
that's the goal.
No, it really is. So let's just go back to if I want to buy something, if I'm a company, Unilever, and I want to buy products, and I go to this network and I say, these are the conditions under which I will execute a trade. And those conditions, as I said, are met. We know that because we have the data. Then what happens is the trade will execute regardless of the human bias that the buyer may bring to that trade. And so one could argue that sentiment about nationalization or globalization goes away. It's no longer sentiment-based. It's fact-based. Is the supplier ethical? Do they oblige emission standards? Do they oblige regulatory standards based on where they source goods from? If they source goods from 30 places, is every place that they source from sourcing ethically and against regulatory parameters? The data knows. And so it eliminates bias, it eliminates consternation, and it allows for the world to trade between buyer and seller in a fair and honest way without, let's call it, some of the things that we may be subject to in our day-to-day lives.
A question I've asked a few times. In this world that we're in now, the AI present and future, what is your guiding principle?
Yeah. The single most important thing, our customers give us data, which means that they give us their trust. So with the minute we violate that trust, by the way, for an enterprise software company, the single most important thing you're trading on every single day is customer trust. So you have to be able to oblige that. Everything that you do, we have this concept internally. I imagine many, many companies talk about this, but the concept of mandatory eats first. It's like the single most important thing is that we protect our customers' data. And from there, it's really important that we never deploy AI for the sake of taking weight out of business process without having accurate, structured, anonymized data for that AI to deploy against. Otherwise, all you're really doing is perpetuating really bad decisions faster, and that's of no help to anyone.
Not at all.
Yeah.
That is going to be the final word. Lee Turner with Coupa. Thank you very much.
You're
Lee.
very welcome. It's my great pleasure. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Good. Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you, Lee. Okay, on to our final conversation of the day. Peter Orszag is Lazard's CEO, and who better to try and squeeze a little bit of news out of him than one of our own. Lannan Nguyen is US finance editor at Reuters. Lannan, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much, Axel, and thank you, Peter Orszag, for being with us today.
Great to be with you.
Fantastic closer for our conference. So, Peter, you are a bank CEO. You worked in the Obama administration, and you're an economist. So you cover so many bases for our audience here, so thank you so much for participating. Let's start. We talked to David Solomon from Goldman Sachs yesterday, and a bunch of other bank executives have spoken this week. They've been very bullish about the outlook. Talk to me about what you think Donald Trump is going to mean for the outlook for the economy.
Well, let me answer it about the M&A market and then the economy as a whole. So on the M&A market, basically the context is it has been developing and building as interest rates stopped going up and started coming down. The bid-ask spread between buyers and sellers narrowed. Financing became more available. And the underlying drivers of M&A, technology, life sciences revolution, et cetera, energy transition, continued to kind of propel things forward. So what we've seen is all of that happening. Now with the election, there's probably a little bit added push that comes mostly from the regulatory side. We just lived through several years of big is bad, and we're going to be returning to, not fully back to the kind of Bork historical view of antitrust, but a good way back, and maybe we can talk about what that means. But M&A market looks very constructive, at least here in the U.S. And for the economy as a whole, look, the mega story is the economy has held up very well when there were predictions that it would require massive unemployment to bring inflation down. Inflation has come down not quite to the level of the Fed's target, but a lot, with basically almost no increase in the unemployment rate. I think that's mostly because we had misdiagnosed what caused inflation, and therefore the predictions that it would be very painful to wring most of the inflation out of the economy were wrong, because we had gotten the source of the inflationary pressure wrong in the first place. But the mega story is the U.S. economy looks pretty healthy, maybe a little different in Europe. Now, there are questions going forward about what the impact of tariffs, deportation, et cetera, will be, and maybe we can turn to that. But I think in general, the backdrop is a very constructive environment for the U.S. economy and for the M&A market.
Okay, so you talk about the U.S. economy doing well. There are also these kind of pro-growth vibes we've got coming from the administration. Now let's talk about those policies you mentioned.
Okay.
Right? We've got tariffs, tax policy, deportations, deregulation. Doge, exactly. So as a prognosticator about the economy, when you look at those policy choices, again, there's a lot we don't know, but how can you read into the future whether those policies will actually be pro-growth or not?
Well, I think the first thing to realize is we're in a moment right now that is excruciating for the people who are coming into an administration. I like to say that a transition is where the glorious hype of a campaign meets the grim reality of governing, and it's just clash of a very tight timetable. So that's what's happening as we speak, and there's a recognition, I think, that you don't have infinite bandwidth, A, and B, even if you control the White House and the Senate, as they do, you don't really control the White House and the Senate. So in my time, it was Senator Max Baucus and Senator Ken Conrad and other people that I had the great honor and privilege of spending a lot of time with in order to convince them to be voting for the things that we wanted to get through. Now it's going to be Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, et cetera. So there are two dimensions, the time dimension and then the fact that you've got to convince 4 swing Republican senators to go along with what you're doing that are going to be dramatically influencing what happens from here. The one thing I would say is in economic policy, I think we should be mostly encouraged by the people that the president-elect has been nominating or appointing. The Treasury Secretary, the NEC Director, Kevin Hassett, is someone I've known for decades. I think these are really solid choices and suggest a seriousness of purpose of how they will pursue the agenda. And I think that in turn means that many of the things that are being proposed are going to be tranched and done in stages rather than, a revolution at the end of January.
So that's interesting. A lot of the questions around the new administration sort of center on whether the pronouncements have been bluster or whether they are real radical policy shifts, structural policy shifts. So it sounds to me like you're reading these new appointments in economic policy, at least, as indications that the shifts will be more incremental, or am I misreading that?
Yeah, I think the direction of travel is clear, but in terms of the pace of change, I think, let's just talk about what I was just mentioning. It is clear that inflation is politically costly across the world. That's what a series of recent elections have suggested. The evidence, in my read, suggests that tariffs are inflationary, that constricting labor supply is inflationary, that threatening the independence of the Federal Reserve is inflationary. And I think you're going to see, therefore, a more measured approach to many of those things in order to avoid having inflation spike again. And I was very encouraged that President-elect Trump made it clear that he's not going to even try to fire Chair Powell. And I think that conforms to what I was just saying, which is there may have been a lot of rhetoric, but when you get to governing and you want to make sure that inflation doesn't really start to spike again, things will be done, I think, in a more tempered manner.
Okay, so the rhetoric is not really very tempered, but you predict that...
We'll have to see. Again, we'll have to see, but if I were betting at this point, for example, on the tariffs, you're not going to see 60% tariffs overnight against China. You will see the threat of that, attempts at deal-making, and if there are tariffs imposed, they will be done in tranches rather than all at once at the levels that have been discussed to date.
And I talked to David Solomon about this, but I also want to ask you, as a professional sort of negotiator and deal maker, when you're looking at negotiating postures, do you think that some of the bluster right now is part of a negotiating posture to give the U.S. a sort of strong sense of, going into the next administration?
There's no doubt that that's, at least part of the equation. Well, again, we'll have to see exactly what the relative shares are, but that's got to be part of the thought process.
So, Peter, you are a big world traveler. You give us a lot of international perspective. You're part of a LinkedIn running club that one of your colleagues at another firm has sort of pushed out there. So Peter posts lots of pictures of his runs around the world. Talk to us a little bit about how the world is seeing the U.S. right now and how the world is seeing the U.S. business environment right now.
I think there's a lot of excitement in the rest of the world about the prospects for the U.S. economy. And the threat of tariffs, even in the absence of the imposition of them, also creates a lot of interest in locating, including acquiring firms inside of the tariff wall. So we're seeing a lot of European interest, for example, in U.S. firms, which is a totally logical response to the threat of tariffs from the United States. So I'd say, the macro picture in Europe is not quite as promising as in the United States. But there's a lot of cross-border interest that's occurring. And since you raised it, let me just spend a second. I have found LinkedIn, not just on the Run Club, which John Gray of Blackstone started. I will say he has more courage than I do. He posts videos, which I'm doing stills, so it's a different level with him.
Yeah, how can you breathe?
You hear that a little too sometimes. But I have found LinkedIn to be a very powerful way to communicate with our clients, with our own internal people. So there's a little bit of like I don't know if some of you have had this experience, the prototypical social media experience where you haven't seen someone in 15 years, but you feel like you know them because you've seen pictures of their kids. We get a lot of nodding. That's good. So that is happening even with Lazard's own people. They can see what I'm up to. And so it's a way of creating a common bond, both internally and externally, which we found to be very, very effective. So
yeah, and actually
expect more of it.
That happens with our journalists as well. When they're in the field and they post pictures, it really brings home that we are out in the field doing our work. So, so in your field research,
yes.
when you're out there, obviously the upsides are exceptional growth in the U.S. What about the potential downsides? What are people worried about when they look at the U.S.?
When they look at the U.S., they worry about whether policy, all that rhetoric will actually happen. I think if you're realistic about the limited bandwidth that occurs, it's not all going to happen, and so the risk of literally all the campaign promises occurring is not a real risk because that never happens, and it's not specific to this administration. It just literally never happens. The concerns are not as much about the United States as they are about other dynamics. I mean, I like to say you can't make a business decision today without taking geopolitics into account. And that is more true today than I think it was 10, 20 years ago for pretty much every firm. And so it's the geopolitical risks that are generating most of the downside concerns. For example, I think there's a common assumption at this point that there will be a deal struck to end the war in Ukraine. And there's a question, at least, about whether Putin actually wants that deal or not. So you can easily start to identify lots of downside risks that exist relative to whatever the kind of central scenario is. But a lot of them are geopolitical.
Yeah, and we talked about this last year. You said it's essential that companies understand geopolitical risk. I think that has proven true over the last year as well. Now we sit here again, we have more conflict in the world, we have increased fracturing in the world. What are people asking in your geopolitical practice? What are your clients saying, hey, I need you to do a deep dive on XYZ issues?
There'll be everything from, what is the path in China to what is going to happen on Ukraine to, much more specialized by sector questions. But I'd say the typical questions, which, by the way, we're getting not only from the C-suites on the advisory side of our business, but also from the CIOs on the asset management side of our business, are things that you read about in the newspaper, but they're looking for a little extra insight or a little extra perspective, help read between the lines. And this is obviously crucially important. I mean, the example that I will cite, because we didn't advise on it and so I can talk about it, is the Nippon Steel U.S. Steel deal. There were clearly a lot of bankers doing spreadsheets that suggested this was a brilliant thing to do, and no one pointed out that during an election year, you had the massive risk of what's actually happened, which is, a blockage from CFIUS and or the president.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that there is going to be more intervention in deals on sort of national security or sort of nationalistic grounds going forward?
CFIUS is, it's interesting. I sat on CFIUS in the early 1990s when I was a junior staffer at the Council of Economic Advisors. It's clearly gotten much more interventionist today than it was 10 or 15 years ago. I don't anticipate that will change. I don't know that it will get dramatically more interventionist. I think the biggest change on the regulatory front will be the one that we briefly discussed before, which is the antitrust environment is going to shift. And I'd say the appointments both at the Department of Justice and then the one that was just the announcement regarding the Federal Trade Commission underscore that we are going to move at least partially away from the big is bad era. And the biggest difference embodied in the big is bad era, and therefore the biggest difference when we kind of flip a little bit away from it, involves vertical deals. So not horizontal combinations of, hypothetically one grocery chain and another, but rather the combination of different parts of the supply chain or production process into one entity. That's where the biggest bad crowd diverted the most from the prior legal precedent and the prior theory. And that's where I think you're going to see the biggest change with this new crew.
But with this new crew, there is also a very strong populist bent. How does that change the calculus, especially in the banking industry or in consumer industries?
I think less in banking and consumer and a bit more in tech. So we're going to move from an environment in which the antitrust authorities just have a visceral distaste for big tech to one in which it is much more varied by entity and by personality and by the behavior or actions of the particular tech firm. So it's not a blanket, you're big tech, and so therefore it's kind of anathema, but it's much more varied. And I think that's where you're going to see there is a group, including the vice president-elect, of younger Republican, especially senators, who subscribe a bit to the big is bad theories, but just not to the degree that we saw over the past 4 years.
So if you're thinking about the deal landscape and you're looking at green lights for certain industries, sectors, types of deals, sizes, versus red lights for maybe some of the tech-focused deals, where are you seeing green lights, where are you seeing red lights?
Well, the whole distribution has shifted more green light, so that's the first thing to say. The second thing to say is we were already seeing a lot more momentum of private equity coming back onto the playing field, and that's for a whole variety of reasons: built up dry powder, portfolio companies that were getting a little long in the tooth in terms of being held for a significant period of time. And so you're seeing a lot of private equity activity starting to ramp up. But in addition to that, and this is different since the election, I think there were a lot of large transactions that were being informally discussed that now are more in, let's see if we can really make this happen. And that's pretty much across the board. It's not specific to any particular industry. It's just rationally it made sense to wait and see what happened in the election before proceeding. And now that there's clarity, there are many more discussions occurring.
What about red lights? Where are you going to spend less time because you don't think things are as viable?
Again, I think the whole distribution has shifted. There are sectors that are relatively disadvantaged by this shift, but that then may mean more restructuring activity. So I wouldn't say there are any, stop signs or red lights. It's just the type of interactions with clients are going to vary by sector in terms of whether it's liability management or an M&A deal or a financing. But across the board, we see more activity.
So as a business person, but also as a thinker, I want you to kind of tell our...
Are those not the same? Okay.
Also a thinker, practitioner who has to think. Tell us a little bit about how we can analyze and how your folks are analyzing the scenarios, given that there seems to be a bigger dispersion of scenarios with regard to, say, China potentially weakening the yuan, or this global fracturing, or the scenarios you mentioned about Russia and Ukraine. How many more scenarios do you have to do in order to proceed in this uncertain world?
Well, they're each, I think the exposure or the kind of surface area that you're exposed to for each of those varies so much by client, so it will vary. So, for example, in the Chinese currency, it is a natural inclination if someone thinks that there will be a tariff imposed on them to try to have the currency move in the opposite direction to offset the impact of the tariff. That, by the way, would likely happen even with no intervention. So even if there was no affirmative policy shift, the imposition of a tariff typically appreciates the currency of the country that's imposing the tariff and depreciates the currency of the country upon which the tariff is imposed. So there'd be some of that naturally, and then it's also understandable that you want to kind of get ahead of it this time a little bit. Now, what's going to be interesting is whether the Trump administration allows the Chinese to kind of act with their own discretion or authority, or tries to intervene and say, don't do that, or we're gonna ratchet the tariffs up even further. And so the exchange rate is definitely going to be part of the overall discussion about whether tariffs are imposed and at what level. And it won't just be give me access for this market versus that.
Lots more moving pieces now.
There are many more moving pieces.
Okay, so let's jump into a little bit more Lazard-specific questions. So you obviously have had a huge jump in your net income since you've become CEO. The markets have moved up There's a lot of momentum behind the M&A business. Talk a little bit about what next year looks like. You've hired, I think, 17 MDs this year. So where are you deploying them?
So the exciting thing about Lazard is it's 176 years old, and yet we are really playing to win for the future. So a clear sense of inflection point with momentum, our internal surveys, the revenue, the total shareholder return, all of that looking really, really promising. And most importantly, the culture is, you can feel the vibrating energy. I think 2025 is going to be a continuation of that on the advisory side of the business. And then on the asset side, just like 2024 was an inflection point for advisory, I am aiming, and I believe that we will accomplish, an inflection point on the asset side of the business in 2025, because our asset business provides active management. I think we're going to see in 2025, as interest rates come down and as valuation gaps between emerging markets in the U.S. they're 9 or 10 turns on a price earnings basis now, potentially more interest in ex-U.S. investments, given that valuation gap and given differential earnings growth. In any case, we have an organizing principle that I announced yesterday of achieving net zero in 2025. And by that, I don't mean emissions, but instead flows so that inflows are balanced by outflows. And we're entering 2025 with the highest ever amount of won but not funded yet commitments from our clients of $10 billion. So we're off to a good start to accomplish net zero in 25.
So are you going to buy a business to add to your asset management business?
I've said that we have two very cash generative businesses. We're interested in migrating the asset business towards wealth management and alternative assets. We looked at more than 36 companies, opportunities over the past year. We didn't find the right match from a value. These are also frothy areas right now from a valuation perspective and from a cultural perspective, but we're going to keep kissing a lot of frogs, and one of them is going to turn out to be a prince or princess.
I imagine you'll get many frogs in the next few days as well. So we're coming into next year. We've got earnings in January. We've got Davos in January. I know you're a fixture on that scene. We also have a new administration being inaugurated. So what are the smart questions we can ask right now about what happens for next year? What's the smartest or what's the most?
I think the most important thing to be doing is tracking the personnel appointments and also thinking hard about the fact that any administration has a limited window to get things done. I always had in my head when I was in government, Colin Powell had this analogy that a new administration is like a tractor pull. Now, I didn't grow up on a farm, so I didn't know what he meant. But apparently, for those of you who did, tractor pull means that there's a tractor with a sled behind it, like a heavy thing behind it. The tractor starts going, the mud is flying, the tractor accelerates, and then at some point the sled settles and the tractor stops. That's an administration. So they've got a window, I don't know if it's 6 months, 9 months. After 2 years, they're a lame duck administration. And the most important thing, in my opinion, to be tracking is how are they going to spend that precious time of the first 6, 9 months, and pay a lot of attention to what Lisa Murkowski is saying and Susan Collins is saying and the other senators that are already starting to weigh in. They have clearly made their voices heard on some of the appointments. And by the way, kudos to the incoming team for being disciplined enough that when it was obvious that a candidate was not going to make it, telling that candidate that, we're done here. Many administrations make the mistake of kind of bleeding that out for too long, and I think that showed a degree of discipline that's consistent with what I was saying before about not all the rhetoric is going to wind up in reality.
Got it. Well, Peter, you've given us a lot to think about as we leave the conference, and I'm going to welcome Axel back up to the stage so he can tell everyone goodbye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much indeed to Linan and to Peter. I'm going to keep this very short. That is it. That is our program complete. I do always wonder just how much I should say at this point, and I realize you've been talked at, you've been patient listeners for 2 days, so I'll keep it very brief. I started out yesterday by saying that in putting together a program like this one, the difficulty we face isn't finding things to talk about, but deciding what to prioritize in such a very, very busy news agenda. I said that I hope you leave feeling we've made the right choices. Do let us know, as it'll inform how we do this next time round. I like to think that we found a healthy mix of geopolitics, finance, tech, sustainability, etc., in this context of tremendous change. Many of us focus on the unpredictability, on the fragility, the chaos, the tragedy, and we're right to. But there is also much excitement, much dynamism, and much hope. And hopefully we got that balance right as well. That was Reuters Next 2024. It's been a pleasure having you join us here in New York. Happy holidays to everyone and safe travels home. Thank you very much indeed.